Whoa, what's up, everybody? It's me, Jum Jumington, former CEO of Jumington Dynamics, broadcasting live from the Jumington Dynamics Auxiliary Hazardous Material Storage Facility somewhere in the world. How's it going, everybody? What's up, Flash? What's up, Headmo? Oh, welcome in. How you doing? Good to see you. Hopefully everyone's week came to a close. Well, we're entering the weekend now. It's every man for himself. No eyeless Jum today. I mean, eyeless Jum is real. But it's fine. Came close to the bill. Eating some candy corn earlier there, Pranmo. And I was playing tabletop games with my buddies the other week. They pulled some candy corn out. I really gotta watch it because they bring the snacks out, and I think maybe I overdo it. I just get so hungry. I'm just like, he makes this chili dip that is delicious. I ate too much of it. They call me the beluga for a reason. I mean, I'm not here to fat shame. What's up, Judd? Welcome in. How you doing? Good to see you. There's some in my eyeball. Oh boy. What a day today. In good news, though, I received my copy of NES Open Tournament Golf for the NES today. And in case you're wondering, I'm not planning on playing any golf game. Though I may play this. I need the cart for other purposes. Hope your day is doing good. He was doing pretty good. He's doing pretty good. He's still on the antibiotics for a little bit longer. They addressed some of his complaints in the facility last night. So when I got there today, he was in a slightly better mood. But he really just wants to go home. But it's not, he's not physically there yet. But he doesn't really want to do the physical therapy. And his kind of, I understand where he's coming from, but his reasoning is like, he's describing all of these health concerns he has as reasons why he should leave the medical facility. And I'm just like, no, that's more reason for you to stay. He's like, I hate to compare my dad to this, but he's like a kid trying to get out of school because they forgot to study for the test. I have one snack, just curious, just kidding. If you got your fax machine set up, I can fax you some cookies. Wait, I can't do that today because I'm out of cookies. But when I retrieve more cookies, I can fax them over your way. Not everyone's fax can handle the food though. Sometimes it just tastes a little papery. The kid at my mother's school stripped down, ran down the street. Well, he hasn't gotten that far yet, but yeah. But I had a nice talk with him today. My brother's going out there tomorrow. We got a meeting on Tuesday to go over what all they want to get an assessment of him and what they recommend, what they're going to do. Don't have a fax machine. That's unfortunate. Most people don't, to be real. It's kind of dead tech to the point that anytime I'm dealing with something and they're like, just fax it to us. I'm like, what? In 2025, you're using fax machines? But that's pretty rare. That's pretty rare anymore. I still keep my fax, but that's because, I get people sending food to it. The food fax never really took off. I was really hoping it would. I think the problem is that it doesn't. I think the food fax would have taken off if the fax on the other end would actually destroy the food so that you were left with only one food. Because I think, Big Food doesn't want you to have duplicate food. You're still paying for it. It's not like it conjures food out of thin air. You got to buy the components of food. It's like ink cartridges, but a lot more meat involved. Food fax sounds yummy. Yeah, I mean, it's very Star Trek, just broadcast your food over the phone lines. It sucks if someone picks up the phone when you're in the middle of receiving a cheeseburger and then you just get ketchup like spraying everywhere because they can't figure it out. But as long as you get a separate line for your food facts, things tend to work pretty well. There's just not a lot of them out there. Servicing them has become a nightmare. There may not be a lot out there because I have a stranglehold on the market. I've harvested many of them for parts. So if you're not able to obtain a food facts, it's probably my fault, but I will not apologize. Like the hollow food and SpongeBob. That just sounds like a nightmare. I'm just envisioning like a Star Trek episode where people are trapped in the holodeck and they're eating holographic food because it sates their hunger, it fools their body, but they're also starving to death because they have no real food to eat. Even though I'm pretty sure the holodeck could be combined with Replicator to make actual food, we'll just assume that part's broken. I like the holodeck episodes, the episode where like Moriarty gets upgraded and realizes he's in the holodeck. He realizes like what's going on. That's some Matrix stuff right there. That's some crazy stuff. Good times. Good times. Okay, I wanted to send stuff to relatives or business that, yeah. See that there's ways you can do it through software, but some of that's like a pain too. My parents like several years ago had to buy a multifunction printer specifically for the fax because they had to deal with all these documents, and it was just like they put it in the closest phone line and this thing was just sitting in the kitchen for like a month solid, like running faxes through it. I saw something really funny. What Burger King made the first fast food. I wonder how can you pay for it. I think you'd probably have to pay for it by working in the burger mines. There would probably be a trade-off. There'd be a very Faustian deal where they're like, you will spend the final year of your life in the burger mines. And a lot of people would be like, I've got plenty of time before then. Not realizing that no one leaves the burger mines. So once you enter the burger mine, that is the last year of your life. It's a very monkey paw wish deal. Don't go into burger mines. They're not as fun as they sound. Just kidding. It's good that you're just kidding. Nobody should want to go to the burger mines. It's not. You think it's all Big Macs and Whoppers, and it's really not. It's a lot of rock salt. And when you're working in mines, digging around in rocks, like you get a lot of cuts in there, and then that rock salt just gets in everything. Ooh boy. It's really, they should really just change the name because it's really just more of a salt mine. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's just literally actually a salt mine, but they call it the burger mines for marketing purposes. And that's how they get you. That's how they get you in there. It's just like the Klingons, the lithium mines in Star Trek. Yeah, it's a real nightmare. Don't sign any burger related contracts. I learned that the hard way. They're very difficult to get out of, and sometimes you have to assume a new identity. Flee the country, spend some time elsewhere, wait for the heat to die down. And even then, like, it's just a lot. Don't do it. Don't do it. All right. Well, tonight we are returning to Asylum. It was a coin toss of what to return to. The reason I chose Asylum is that I feel like I have a pretty good grasp of how much longer Condemned 2 is going to take. I could be wrong, but I feel like that's going to take one more stream and then we'll be done with it. I don't know about Asylum. I could get stuck on stuff for a while. I got stuck last time because I never found the breaker box. So I'm going to give this one a little bit more time. Give it a little bit of extra. Jim played the burger mines of Russia. Comrade Flash. Shh. Don't spread my secrets. Can you quit the burger mines? Not really. Not really. It's more of an indentured servitude situation, which is just a nice way of saying you're a prisoner. Once you go in, you're usually not coming back out unless you get some good lawyers, and even then. You gotta. The best bet is just never sign the burger contract, never make the deal with the Burger King, and that's the best way to do it. The best way to escape the burger mines is to never enter the burger mines. Beyond that, you're in burger trouble. Nobody wants that. Nobody. Not even the Burger King. He doesn't want to be there. He's just as trapped as everyone else. Well, you think he's the king in name only. He's just a puppet. He's just a puppet of Big Burger. Eating buttons for life. Oh, if only. All right, let's roll back to Asylum. I was thinking about this game. They never established a year. Like at any point, have they established a year? Well, they say here, date of admission, October 3rd, 2025. Are they trying to say it's modern day? It could be. It could be. I'll say Bruno's outfit looks very modern, but this building is very old. Like the Kirkbride plan, which is a real thing. Like the whole deal with the Kirkbride plan that stipulates a design, certain style of design for mental asylum. That's real. But that's like a 1800s, like a mid to late 1800s thing. Look at the Wikipedia. It's like 1848. These plans drawn up. So is the building from the 1800s? We found that poster that had like common reasons for admission to an asylum from the 1800s. But surely we're not from the 1800s. We can't be, right? Or at least the events that transpired, because they had audio cassettes, they had reel-to-reel audio, a tape cassette, and the film reel, which is like maybe 60s, more like 70s, 80s level of technology. It's the reel-to-reel audio recorder is like, you could go back to the 60s for that. You know, a lot of old Doctor Who episodes that were destroyed by the BBC that no existing copies in their archives exist. There's no copies in the archives that exist. Were recreated by people who recorded them off of their TV with film cameras and reel-to-reel audio recorders. And they've been able to splice some stuff together. It's pretty impressive. Got no mummy yet, crippling depression, Orpheum, so no. Yeah, no, I know on a lot of those issues there. I can imagine Ron McDonald visiting the burger mines. You know it. Ronald's there. But see, Ronald's got the McDonald land magic, so he can just like do the ba-da-pa-pa-pa with his fingers and just kind of like warp out of there. Shiki is good. The village is dumb. The story's easy to predict. You know, I feel like most horror movies won't work unless there's some level of stupidity. Like if everyone is like smart and does like the best thing for themselves, it's probably like gonna be over real quick. You ever notice how many plots rely on that? Like this plot would go nowhere if people just had a conversation. A lot of plots like that. I keep rolling into like a divot here. It's like a little divot in the floor and the wheel just parks itself in it, but it feels like I'm rolling over a cable. But I'm not. But sometimes I am. Yeah, so I'm very curious, like what is the year we're in? How long ago did stuff happen? Now, Larry is still here, right? So it can't be that long ago, but like none of the people involved. This building is very old. And what are we digging for? What are they digging up? Is it something mundane? Like I thought, like they just hit a gas pocket. They're trying to dig up gold. But they're very interested in what they're seeing, and everyone seems to be going insane, which could be from a gas leak. They already had problems to begin with, but there's something fishy with all of this. Even reopening it is very suspicious to me. When they dig on after crap hit the fan, it was too late. Yep. Probably darkest dungeon evil. They've dug too deep. They hit the Balrogs. Is Mo there? Like Mo from The Simpsons? You're just digging this hole and Mo's just there. What do you need? It's possible. It's possible. I'm troubled that they have me listed as having schizophrenia. I wonder what this reference to. So anyway, we finally met up with this doctor and talked to him. Oh, look at this. I'm pretty sure I looked at all this. Yeah. You shall not meme. There's a lock there, so presumably I'll find a key for it, maybe. The old drawer seems stuck. Some strange lab equipment. Let's have more chats with the doctor here.
Hello? Am I interrupting something?
Who are you?
I'm a former member of the Institute. I came here tonight to look into some docket.
Well, this is highly irregular. Did Julia let you in? I'll need to have a word with her.
Well,
As you can see, the building is not in a condition for you to go anywhere you please.
I love this
but
line.
I'm only going to the allowed areas.
This area is not allowed.
Sorry, my mistake. But would you mind if I asked you some questions?
I was in the middle of something important, but go ahead.
He's got the,
I'm the new director of the Institute, Dr. Ambrose Miller. My purpose here is to honor the vision of my former colleague, Dr. Walter Hanwell.
Okay.
Pleased to meet you.
So how long have you been here? How old is everything? Like he's got, when he said area, he's got the, I forget what they call it, like the British, like the invisible R, like when they say Amiga computers, Amiga, but they don't hear it. They don't know they're doing it. You're a restricted area. Yeah, I love that. I'm only going in the areas I'm allowed to. You're not allowed to be here. Well, just like when Julia's like, did you go up to the second floor? No. Where we did it right in front of her. Ridiculous. Can I ask you about this letter opener? I don't think I need to ask him about any of that. Let's talk about Hanwell.
I assume you were acquainted with Walter Hanwell.
Quite so. Walter was a friend. We maintained ample correspondence over the years. Many subjects, both from the field of medicine and life itself, were our common interest.
Okay.
Many times I toyed with the idea of coming here to work with him. Alas, fate had a different plan for us.
What do you mean?
Well, the circumstances you're obviously familiar with. I was finally prepping myself for a greatly belated visit when all of a sudden the Institute shut down. Walter had been a friend in writing for many years, yet regrettably I never got to know him in person.
Did he die because of that? I thought you said Larry. I did say Larry. I misspoke. Or did I say Lenny? I did say Larry. It's Lenny. Lenny and Carl. I'm going out to stalk Lenny and Carl. So you remembered his name better than I did. Yeah, his name is Lenny. I don't know why I drew upon Larry. I just like the name Larry. Lenny's fine too. So he never actually met Hanwell. Hanwell died. Did Hanwell die? Was Hanwell's death part of the circumstances that shut the place down? The mysterious, like, well, you know the events, like they keep saying. And it's like, well, what was it? I don't want to talk about it. Someone's going to give me this info.
It's odd that you were such a close friend with Dr. Hanwell, yet only exchanged letters.
Radical Larry.
I don't see what's so odd about that. Some people prefer the expression and flair of the written word, especially someone as enlightened as Walter was.
Ooh, la-di-da.
Spoke on the telephone. Always prefer the intimacy of the prose. You see, Walter was a very reserved fellow. He didn't like public appearances. To be
Leisure Suit Larry.
And I respected that. In a way, it made our relationship more intriguing. We connected down to the purest level.
I'm imagining Leisure Suit Larry in this game, and it's not a good fit for him. Joke was Mo, Larry, and Carl, Three Stooges. Yeah. I didn't quite pick up on that because I had the name wrong. But once you said, "Oh, it's Lenny," I'm like, "Oh, that's right. That all makes sense." Mo, Larry, and Curly. But it works because you've got Mo, Lenny, and Carl, which is close to Curly. I wonder if they did that on purpose. The Three Stooges would fit right in here. Start throwing pies. Everyone, they'd be down in the mines digging stuff up, whacking each other with pickaxes. No one would be seriously injured. quite a fan of the Three Stooges. George and Simpsons are playing Leisure Suit Larry, and the TV swapped to that iCarly show. Dan Snyder and his weird foot obsession.
I forgot to ask
allegedly.
something else.
I'm sorry, but I really need to concentrate.
I see what you did there. I see what you've done for him now.
Does the name Crawford ring a bell?
Not in the least.
Well, he's not really going to know, like, most of this stuff, but I should ask anyway, because every time I'm like, they won't know, and then they end up having some info, so.
Have you seen a patient wandering around?
The one who's cleaning the rooms? Yes. Leonard, I believe.
That's who I mean, yes. Is it safe to speak with him?
Certainly. Perfectly safe, otherwise we wouldn't allow him to roam freely.
I mean, I've already
I'm
spoken
not
to him,
familiar
so.
with this case, though. We are simply continuing with the same treatment he had in the past.
Let's see. I mean, I feel like things might have changed in the mysterious intervening years.
Which is?
He likes to help. How can we say no?
Our treatment is letting him be our janitor for free.
About this.
We have said all there was to say.
Okay.
Do you know Bruno?
Of course I know Bruno. He's our security guard.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything of interest you could tell me about him?
Not really. He's just a security guard.
We don't talk about him, is what he's telling me.
He's working in your establishment and contributes to a greater goal. You can't possibly operate this place without security.
Look, if you want to form a union with Bruno, be my guest. I need to keep working with this dangerous chemical.
Why such intolerance?
I have a highly dangerous chemical right here.
Fine.
Tell me about your chemicals.
About Dr. Ebesbaker.
The therapist?
Yes. I'm curious about her role at the Institute.
She was well positioned in the ranks at Hadwell, respected career and all. But if you ask me, she was a failure.
Soon they made a Three Stooges song called the Curly Shuffle. I vaguely remember that. I used to be really into the Three Stooges, but it's been many years since I watched any of that. I think a lot of it's because one of the channels I watched when I was growing up would play Three Stooges a lot. I vaguely remember playing the Curly Shuffle there. I enjoyed that Three Stooges movie that the Farley brothers made a couple of years back. Maybe more than a couple, several, many years back. I thought it was very funny. When Mo was on Jersey Shore in that movie, that was hysterical. That movie should have done better. It was very good. And Will Sasso as Curly was great.
So you think Dr. Ebesbaker was part of the reason why the Institute ceased operations?
No, at least not just her. But she was another component in the equation. I believe her foolish rivalry with Hawthorne distracted Walter from a greater purpose. And Hawthorne, well, he wasn't a saint of my devotion either.
I see. Why isn't Hawthorne on this list?
About this.
We have said all...
I don't know more about Hawthorne.
So, you're the famous Dr. Miller.
Famous? Not quite. At least not around these parts. I'm just a humble servant who wishes to continue with Walter's grandiose dreams.
How so?
As soon as I heard this establishment was ceasing operations, I made arrangements to be transferred here. Hopefully continue Walter's work. My connection in the field of medicine across the years proved valuable, as here I find myself as the new director in charge of this reopening.
Perfect. All right, Chuck.
You seem quite attached to this building and its history.
I wasn't involved in those days, just acquainted with the philosophy of Hanwell Institute. The hospital used to be an illustrious example of what the will of man can accomplish. All I'm doing here is picking up the pieces and fulfilling that dream.
I see.
One more thing, Jerry.
Who?
I'm sorry, Dr. Miller.
Listen, I should get back to my work.
Why didn't you just start calling him Jerry? That's very weird.
Julia seems to be a nice member of the new Hanwell family.
Our new receptionist. I don't have much to say. I just met her earlier this morning.
She's doing a fine job. Must be difficult putting a nice face to all this filth.
Filth?
Filth?
I'm sorry, I mean, let's talk about something else.
It's filthy here.
I'm looking for information on a patient called Bertrand.
Bertrand. He's one from the old group, right?
I believe so. I've seen footage of him in the therapy room.
Mm-hmm.
Footage? Intriguing. I'll have to take a look at that. But yes, of course he sounds familiar. He's here tonight.
What?
What do you mean, here? Physically?
Physically? What are you, a ghost hunter? Of course, in flesh and blood. He's one of the patients being relocated.
This is an incredible development. Where can I see him?
I don't have such details. All I know is that he's in the same cell where he used to be.
Oh, okay. Enter Bertrand's cell. We've got to go break into the cell.
Have you seen the patient Lenny around?
Lenny?
Leonard.
Yes, you mean Leonard. Yes, I believe he's somewhere on this floor, cleaning a corridor.
Thank you.
Great.
The reason I'm here is to research the older history of the Institute, from its heyday until the strange circumstances of its collapse.
As you can imagine, that's not a topic we like to discuss here. We prefer to look forward, not back in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as the new director, aren't you interested in what happened?
That remark seemed slightly insulting.
I didn't mean to.
Look, it was all a sorry episode that none of us are proud of.
Uh-huh.
And those responsible have long since been apprehended. And that's the end of it.
I see. Is Bertrand here? Back. Welcome back.
You mentioned that Bertrand is back in the Institute?
Yes, the same cell as before.
Okay.
Do you know anything about the construction below?
I'm aware of renovation plans that didn't come to fruition. The structure of the building was typical Kurt Bride, since its inception, a style which became dated over time. Mind you, this was true of all mental hospitals of this area. All Kirkbride establishments were forced to change, or perish.
Why this whole fascination with the Kirkbride architecture?
You could say that Walter was a romantic, too attached to the old ways. He erected this building quite late in his lifetime, when the Kirkbride design was already beginning to exhibit its flaws, and he paid a price for it.
What I don't understand
I see.
is the purpose of digging in the basement.
It makes perfect sense. That's typically how the migration of the so-called unit system worked. Underground tunnels.
The unit system. I see. So they were converting it to, well, that explains why they're making the tunnels. Maybe they ran into something unexpected there. So maybe they had a legitimate, although somewhat diabolical, because they're using their patients as free labor to dig these tunnels, to convert to the unit system, to have underground tunnels to connect to the different units. Maybe that was their intention, and then they also ran into something unexpected and then covered it up. There's a lot of haziness there.
I'm wondering how a network of underground tunnels is so attached to the concept of a unit system.
To begin with, the unit system is a term that didn't catch on. It was meant to convey the notion of units of buildings, concerned with a single aspect for the everyday operation of a mental institute. One building for administrative offices, another for surgical interventions, then male and female infirmaries separated, and so on. The hospital border in Buenos Aires is a good example of such a system of buildings.
About this,
Okay.
We have settled.
I'm glad when they tell me. So there are sometimes maybe that means I need to go back and talk to him, because there have been some conversations I've had, particularly Julia, where she doesn't say, like, doesn't put like a cap on it, like, I don't have anything more to say about that. She just repeats the last thing she said. But it also doesn't always cross this out, but that's probably because I can talk to somebody else about it too. But it doesn't, I haven't seen all of these get like sliced out, like crossed out here. But I felt like I've exhausted a lot of the dialogue options, so.
Are you familiar with the term Group E?
Yes, that's a therapy thing. Patients were organized into small groups and encouraged to discuss their fears and problems in confidence. In a more controlled environment, they were treated by, what was her name?
Dr. Ebersbaker.
Dr. Ebersbaker.
Her, yes. I see you're acquainted with the history here.
Yep.
I've been reading some records on the topic.
Careful, you might stumble onto things you're not meant to read.
Oh, I don't care about that. Clearly.
I forgot to ask something else.
I'm sorry, but I really need...
Okay.
Why did Hanwell shut down all of a sudden?
That's not a topic we are discussing here, as you can imagine.
I'm interested in learning the truth.
Truth these days is a social construct.
Oh, come on. A fact is still a fact, and there must be a reason why this place closed doors.
Mismanagement. Hanwell got too careless. He trusted the wrong people.
But...
That is all I'm saying on this topic.
Ugh.
What condition would you say can lead to chronic hallucinations?
In my experience, extreme stress. For example, panic attacks. Abuse of illegal drugs and other substances too. But most likely, it will be something related to the brain. A physical problem, such as an imbalance of neurotransmitters. Schizophrenia can cause hallucinations as well.
Thank you for the thorough explanation.
That was fairly thorough and seemingly reasonable. Not making some weird, like, it's an imbalance of the humors. You need a good legion. Like this game because it's mystery. Yeah. I like the slow drip feed of information and trying to figure out, like, puzzle back together what happened and what was going on here.
I'm curious about something. When it comes to hallucinations,
you seem to be particularly interested in this topic.
It's from my research.
Well, go on then.
Yeah.
What would be a solution? For them, I mean, to stop the hallucinations.
That's one broad question. For starters, drugs which counterbalance the improper chemistry between serotonin, dopamine, and glutamate in the brain.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't work all the time. If it's something more serious, like a brain tumor...
What?
Extirpation. But it's extremely risky. Even if the surgery is successful, the patient is at risk of dying or facing crippling side effects.
Well, that is true.
What if I told you I have a strange urge to look for candles?
I would say you have a keen sense of adventure. Have you looked in the attic yet?
Not yet.
If you can't find some candles there, I'll eat my hat.
You'll eat your whole closet.
That is a very strange. I don't know if I'm actually looking for candles. That is a weird, like, reference that may be more than that to scratches, because that was like the big thing early in the game is that you needed a light source and there weren't any candles and none of the electricity worked. You finally had to go up to the creepy dark attic to look for candles. But it's weird to put it in there in that context. Oh. It's my connection. Connection's flaking out. I don't know why. May stutter for a bit. See if it stabilizes. Weirdly, YouTube's not complaining. Game is way more mystery than horror game. Does that make sense? Yeah. Well, a lot of the horror of the game, horror, the fear, the spookiness of the game is in the environment, but also that what we're uncovering, what we may uncover, may be terrible to behold, and that may be why, you know, why it's why we've forgotten it, because it was too awful for us to remember. But it's like a lot of horror stuff. Horror. Try to overpronounce it so it doesn't get misunderstood. Hello, Utter Chaos. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Hope you're having a good Friday. Hope the week has ended well for you. But a lot of those games start as like a mystery. The mystery could just be like, you know, we haven't seen this person in a while, or yeah, we got this house, but sometimes we hear some strange noises, and then like things intensify from there. But we'll see where that goes. Scratches was like that most of Scratches was just like a mystery of trying to solve, like, well, what happened to people in this house? But the more you uncovered, the more gruesome the details became. It went from like, I wonder why these people moved out, to, oh, one of them was murdered.
I forgot to ask something.
I'm sorry.
Okay. I believe I've talked to him about everything.
Thank you for your time, Dr. Miller.
All right, well, we can try to find Lenny. Scratches was trippy and wild. Yeah, I mean, there's so much of it was just like, just kind of like weird, like, oh, I'm in this house and I'm just trying to like write my book, but I don't feel like it. Let's look for newspaper clippings. But it just kept growing from there. Like, what is this noise I'm hearing at night? Why is there a walled off child's room? Etc., etc. Okay, that's the laboratory. Hey, it's Leonard. Nice windows there. What's up, Lenny?
Lenny, I've been in the basement. You were right.
Really?
Yes, I was there before. And you too. I had this memory. We were working together in some kind of construction project. What were we doing down there?
I don't recall. Everything is so fuzzy.
Lenny, you have to make an effort. This is important for our sakes.
I don't want to, please. I don't want to remember. It hurts.
Okay, don't worry, Lenny. Let's try something else.
Hey, my head is the reference or something, I can't remember. Yeah, I mean, that was like an old saying, like, well, the Cubs are gonna win, or I'll eat my hat. Of course, the Cubs didn't win. Nobody ate their hats, even though they should have. Or the Yankees, or the Dodgers, or any number of sports organizations. Topics. The tunnels.
It's incredible, but Bertrand, another patient from that time, like you and me, is here too. Don't you feel like this is all a strange coincidence?
I couldn't say. We all belong here. It's not a surprise to me.
What do you mean? What do you mean we all belong here? Who are you referring to?
Did you hear anything else about this?
No.
Okay.
Did you hear anything else about this?
Okay.
Nothing else comes to mind.
I don't want to.
Okay.
Did you hear any? My vision in the basement was the first time I felt like I was witnessing something relevant.
Yeah.
You know, with a meaning. A moment that actually happened.
I think a part of me wants to remember too. Who I was, and my friends. But another part of me knows it will be painful. The past hurts.
Yes, Lenny. I know what you mean, and I don't disagree either.
I feel bad for
But
Lenny.
I choose the truth, always. Is there anything else you can...
No,
Is there anything...
no,
Okay.
Is there anything...
no.
No.
Lenny, what happened to us in the basement?
I don't know. I have too much work to do.
Ah,
Can't you...
No, no, I don't want to talk about the basement.
okay. Leave him alone. Leave poor Lenny alone.
Did you ever meet the former director of the Institute, Walter Hanwell?
Fuzzy pickles.
I'm not sure. I saw many people walking around in the Institute in the past, but
Say
no one ever
cheese.
told me who Hanwell was.
I see. Thank you.
I think that when I first started streaming, it must have been a Nochi suggested somebody to redirect to, and I hadn't done that before, and I was very nervous about all of that because, like, I don't want to intrude on people's streams. And I have not seen, I don't remember the person's name. I haven't been back since. And they're playing like Mario 64, and somebody just shouted out like Fuzzy Pickles, and I was just like, oh hey, what's going on? Like, I'm not sure what the Fuzzy Pickles is, because I honestly didn't remember that's what the photographer said in place of say cheese in Earthbound. The response was just like, oh, it's Earthbound. And I don't know if they were joking or not, but I was just like, oh, I'm just gonna slink away here. I'll never return to this again. I hadn't thought about it forever, but then I'm just like, I should go back and because I don't remember the person's name. I don't even remember who it was. I've never seen or heard from them again. Back to the disposal site. To the basement. We gotta go back down somewhere. So traumatic, you block them out of your mind. Yeah. I think it just never came up again. I don't remember if I subbed to them or not. I must not have, because I haven't seen like a notification there. I must have just like, oh well, I guess I'm just gonna go. I think we've talked about all this. I think I asked him about Crawford
Did you hear
before.
Anything else? Is there anything?
No.
Did you hear? Is there anything else?
No.
Nothing.
I don't want to.
Nothing.
I don't.
Nothing.
I don't want to.
I don't think he's got any more.
Is there anything else?
No.
Anything more to tell us?
Did you hear? I've learned that Bertrand, a former patient of the Institute like you and me, is here, and I'm gonna pay him a visit.
I hope he's all right.
I hope so too, Lenny. We both need answers.
I also hope that he's okay.
Nothing else?
I don't.
Okay.
Look at this crayon.
Oh, yes. Is that from the game room? We used to draw so much.
Did you hear any?
Okay.
See you around, Lenny.
He really didn't give me much. Aside from that he doesn't want to talk, and also he's once again blocking the hallway. I think the morgue is on this floor too. It's the laboratory. The water closet. Oh, this must be it. I'd seen plenty of depressing environments in the Institute by then, but the chilling morgue was on a whole different level of decrepitude and decay. Unfortunately, the lamp wouldn't turn on well. The jar contained a repulsive liquid. I mean, don't knock until you try, you know what I'm saying? Just take a little sip of it. Free sample. I had no idea what these papers could mean. Well, I mean, line goes up. They're obviously tracking the stock market. Starting Fortnite dances. Possibly. Well, that looks pleasant. Shards of broken glass protruded from a broken cabinet, suggesting it was best to steer clear. Probably. More broken glass. This didn't seem to happen by mere accident. Had the institute been vandalized while it was closed, or did this happen while it was still operating? Some organ, bizarrely still fresh, was in the tray. Possibly it was preserved, but otherwise, how on earth could it be fresh unless someone's been in here recently cutting people up? Some boxes and hammers. I shivered in disgust while pondering what they may have been used for. For getting them the brains. Just a regular dirty rag with some bloodstains on it. Ugh. Gross. I don't like it. A strange contraption occupied a large part of the drawer. I didn't want to know about its purpose. Yeah, it can't be good. Nothing in here could be good. Random junk was scattered inside this drawer. There was nothing here, only a layer of malodorous dirt. You know your dirt's bad when you're calling it malodorous, you know what I'm saying? There are a few frightening tools inside this drawer. Yeah, those don't look good. Okay. Nothing of value. Okay. It was difficult to discern what was on the scale. A brain? Why would anyone leave this here? Yeah, the stuff like this is like really troubling to me because it's like, oh, we're going to open it. But I'm like, did you guys even make a cursory sweep of the building? If there's just like a door that's shorted out because rats ate the wiring and like there's brains and garbage everywhere. What's going on? The book provided some details about the bodies in the morgue, names, tags, and some notes. Any names we recognize? Mary Shelley. Probably says something about Frankenstein in there. Probably more of these names I might recognize. Harry James. Let's see. The handle wouldn't turn. I don't think I... Faucets didn't work. Light doesn't work. Okay. I want to make sure I tried that too. I don't remember if I tried that one. More drawers. That didn't deserve my attention. Harsh, harsh. Empty jars and dirty rags. Only some random stuff in here. Bunch of padlocks. You'll find that interesting? I find that interesting. Nothing interesting. Is that an apple core? Who's been in here eating apples recently? Just bunch of boxes stacked. What a waste of space. Looked like some kind of box with dividers, as if it was meant to have cards in it. Okay. That looks like the numbering of the drawers. So we need to know the numbering on that. We know it's 1 through 5, left to right, top to bottom. Apple core. Baltimore. Who's your friend? There's a lot of apple cores in there. Why are they saving these apple cores? Some neatly aligned flasks and more rather disorganized items here. Oh, it's you. I knew it. Several glass flasks of different sizes. An old and worn-out microscope. I can make out some organic material submerged in a transparent liquid. Formaldehyde, perhaps? How stanky is it? The muddy window gave the room a gloomy appearance. Why are your windows getting muddy on the second floor? A small viewing table, likely used to transport instruments during autopsies, had nothing on it. Okay. I didn't hear water running back there. That's kind of troubling. I won't leave yet. There we go. There was nothing worth mentioning. Yeah, I get that a lot. This button didn't do anything. The hook behind me seemed to move a bit. It was evidently part of this mechanism. Okay. Luckily, the power is on, and to be safe, it was best to keep it that way. Okay. It's stuck. There's no way to open this. But this one. Just a pile of empty flasks scattered on a tray. Interesting. Some whole bread. Seemed like a stock of blood, perhaps meant to be analyzed. Let me just get some of that. Some delicious blood. E103. All the bodies in the morgue can be identified by a specific tag. All right, E103. What does E103 identify? Empty jars. Why is there a body in the morgue if this place was like shut down? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's definitely a body, right? There's definitely a body in here. What is the body doing here? Has the body just been here for years? It's new. It's fresh. Very nice job. With it. They look like brains kept for research. Ew. Just kind of laid them out on the table. That's kind of seems irresponsible. Nothing. I'm gonna look at every one of these. DC80. There's nothing these numbers meant to me at present. Storage version empty, which was a relief. What a disgusting mess. It seemed like someone did this on purpose, perhaps as a sort of protest. This is just like some bones. Is it just a severed limb? A258. Okay. I feel like I'm finding things before I need them. Okay, there's nothing in there. The handle was really worn out. It hadn't been used in a long time. Okay. So the hook moved, which I think is this hook. What about that hook? Is that the hook? Both of them, technically. Circles around there. That's my favorite MOP Gen 4 song. Oh, okay. It's the Captain's. Captain, you lost your hook. Goes right to the window. I wonder if I'll be scaling this window. Okay. Well, interesting. I'm finding a lot of stuff that's just like, oh, not right now. Isn't the gallery? We went to the gallery. Double check the map here. Lenny. So, oh, the solarium. Rather, bath. So we did go in there. Gallery's downstairs. That's right. Museum. Oh, sorry. I don't think we went down to there. I could be wrong. Because I think we came up, checked the museum, and then went to the library. This way. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. The door won't open. Perhaps the right key would let me in. Here's my key. Stab, 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 stab. I didn't need to cut that. Well, I don't need to do anything. But I'd like to. Okay. Well, let's go back down and try to visit Bertrand, I suppose. Down to the creepy basement. Should just be able to go more or less straight through here. I think this is this may not be quicker. I think about it, but we'll go this way. Bump, bump, bump. I don't think he's not in here. He's not like high security. Such an inspiring view. Not. Let's go back in there. Pretty much everybody's seen I needed access to more places, so I took his keys with me, and I wasn't proud of it. No, it's fine. It's fine. We looked at all this stuff before. Music down here is intense. Okay. Flippin' Mozart here next to me somehow broke out of his cell and ran upstairs. I spent a fair amount of time trashing the cafeteria. However, this random guy, yeah, that's how bizarre this place is, helped me to calm him. Help me to calm him down. Whatever, I'll take it. At least I can get some rest before the next rounds. 10:30 p.m. Ugh, the pounding is more than I can take now. Feels like it's my own head hitting that door. Screw it, I'll give him the music box. Again. Oh, that's the last place he was. The music box is gone. I wonder if something happened in that cell. What? Hello? Oh, he's just eyeballing me now. I don't like that. Well, he is somewhere. Bruno, I mean. But we got his keys. We don't want any Girl Scout cookies. I don't know. I gotta really search now for people selling Girl Scout cookies, because all of my hookups for that have dried up. Their kids have aged out of it. So my only hope is hitting up the grocery stores at Girl Scout cookie season, because I find a lot of people hanging out there selling the cookies. All right, let's look at our recollection. Bertrand, I think we've got paperwork on him. We should. Report about Bertrand. 102A. Okay. All right, we still got a ways to go. They want to keep looking. Okay. I won't. "102A. According to my findings, this was Bertrand's cell." Jingle jangle. Ah! Oh no, they shaved his head. Oh dear. Hello, Bertrand. It was an old empty stand, sad like the rest of the furniture. There was nothing of interest on the stand. Okay. Wow. Oh God. What did he eat? What was that? Another vision, but with a clear sense of purpose. Spaceship Bertrand had seen something of major importance, which he absentmindedly attempted to draw on the floor. But what? Had I also seen it? What was that he was trying to eat? Oh, is it like a sharpener for crayons? Oh, I think he it was like a razor in there, like a sharpener, like a pencil sharpener. I think he swallowed it. It didn't seem comfortable, and I wasn't planning to confirm the theory anyway. So, the switch was damaged, leaving half of the room in the dark. The state of those clothes was an appropriate touch for the dreary surroundings. This just seems cruel to slap them in here like this. The books were covered in dust, meaning they hadn't been read in a long time. What had they done to you, Bertrand? Bertrand didn't seem interested in this item. What about the crayon? Hello, friend. Bertrand. There he was, but seemingly in a state of catatonia or trance. I wondered if he'd be of any help. What had they done to you, Bertrand? What had they done to you, Bertrand? Bertrand. There I was, but seemingly in a state of catatonia. Okay. Well, I gave him the crayon, so maybe if I leave, he'll draw on some stuff. 12 a.m. Bertrand was beyond help, yet he'd clearly seen something linked to my visions. And who was the man with him who had swallowed that wind-up key for the music box? Okay. It was that I thought she was sharpening a crayon. It was a music box with a key, and he swallowed the key to the music box. Did he not want to hear the music? Was there something more going on with that? Let's see what other doors we can open with this. I know he said in his Bruno said in his note that some of those doors didn't open, or some of the keys were missing, but it's still worth a check. It's starting to pick up like a little like John Carpenter vibe to it, to the music. Couldn't use any key here. Okay. What else was locked? The doors upstairs were just blocked. Bum bum bum. Also, I'm curious where Bruno went. There's another locked door upstairs. Let's see if I have that in my notes. It wasn't a discussion I had. Do. Bruno's diary entry. About keys. Let's see. 2 keys seem to be missing. One is for the locked office of a certain Hawthorne, the other is for the office of the previous director of the Institute, Hanwell himself. Dr. Brindle, the guy asked me about those keys again. Sure, Your Highness, Dr. Brindle, let me spend the whole night searching for those keys. They're damn assistants. That patient roaming the building, Leo, is it? There's something odd about him. I don't trust that guy. Should have a word with him when I get the chance. And then they did say they saw him going in and out of offices, so he may have the key. I think he'll be up on the 3rd floor now. We'll see. But maybe that means I can get to that other hallway. Before I leave, I'm just gonna try it. The keyring wouldn't unlock this door. I guess Bruno didn't have clearance to go everywhere. Yeah, so we already knew that. I'm trying to think of where else there was a locked door I couldn't get into. We couldn't get through this side because Lenny was through here. Patient psychiatry operating rooms, hydrotherapy office, intersection. Okay. Just in the passageway. All right. See what lies beyond here. A gas tank. It seemed like a dangerous thing to find in here. It sure does. It sure does. It wouldn't open. Yeesh. Another light switch didn't work. Ooh, got some stashed papers here. Rehabilitation sessions, morning report. A number of patients exhibited injuries of varying severity and unknown origin. It is recommended that they continue with a more extensive round of rehabilitation sessions to avoid a worsening condition. As usual, we will continue with the sessions sorted by cell number. Cell 101A. Patients as well, no special care needed. Cell 102A. Cellmates Bertrand LaRoche and William Hodgson, the other gentleman was William Hodgson, presented a marked deterioration in their condition. LaRoche is growing increasingly tense, and Nurse Marianne noticed a number of bruises in his body. New episodes in which he falls into a sort of catatonic state, unable to respond to stimulations. Hodgson is similarly more on edge than usual and presented serious burns on his chest that no one could explain. We recommend strict supervision. Cell 105A. We detected another fracture in Leonard's ankle. None of the staff can explain how this happened. They are aware his osteogenesis and extreme care was already enforced. 2 sessions each day are recommended. Oh, he's got the class bone disease. Noon report. Cell 102A. Cellmates had some kind of quarrel over a musical box that LaRoche enjoyed, but it made Hodgson nervous. As described by Marianne, in the struggle, Hodgson retrieved the spring from the device and immediately swallowed it. The patient was immediately taken to the operating room, but surgeons deemed too dangerous to perform the excision in his current condition. High blood pressure must be managed before administering anesthesia. Oh dear. Evening report. Cell 102A. Hodgson died of a heart attack during his session. Nothing could be done to lower his pressure. Before passing away, the specialist reported a heart rate so high the chest was visibly throbbing violently. The deceased has been taken to the morgue. Jeez. Cell 105A. Crawford has developed chronic asthma. Traces of ashes or dirt were found across his body. Recommend increased supervision of his daily wanderings. The patient insists to sleep with the lights on, which bothers Leonard. So Crawford was Leonard's roommate. Hodgson. Was that the patient who swallowed the wind-up key in my vision? I believe so. So his body would be in the morgue. I guess someone didn't like the way he or she looked. Papers, please. Exhausted and disappointed by the last session, I decided to take a walk outside in the yard to clear my mind. It was a sunny afternoon, more peaceful than usual, with patients aimlessly wandering on the grass, all of them lost in their own absent-minded business. A soothing ambiance, if a bit eerie, which helped calm my nerves. Among those patients seemingly enjoying the blissful yet rare moment was Leonard, who was more talkative than usual with his peers, clearly influenced by the same kind of haunting aura I felt in the air. There's something about him that makes me even more irate about the regressions in my group. Leonard was so close to being discharged from the institute. As I approached him in hopes of having a more open conversation than our therapy sessions usually afforded, a striking detail that I had missed earlier, thanks to the duller lighting of the therapy room, stopped me in my tracks. There was a noticeable rash across his ankle, running from his right foot up to the bottom of his gown. Leonard seemed to have repeatedly scratched himself, and quite recently too, judging by the shiny red spots sprinkled across his skin. Puzzled about this, I motioned to get my patient's attention. but noticed yet another curious aspect of his appearance. His gown was overly dirty, although this fact by itself was irritatingly usual by now. However, it wasn't just dirt, but some sort of splotches of organic matter, as if Leonard had rubbed himself against a moldy wall. My initial guess was that he'd simply laid down on the grass grounds of the yard to have some rest, but there was something about the texture of those stains that still intrigued me. They had a certain glittering nature to them, like the trail of a slug would leave. And the color wasn't quite green either, as in reminiscent of grass, but a shade similar to turquoise. I took Leonard to my office so I could ask him a few questions in private. The organic stuff I obtained from Leonard's gown has proven to be more bewildering than I imagined. It is of fungoid origin as suspected, yet seems to be exceedingly rare. While this is far from my area of expertise, there's no question the sample is something unique. Its properties indicate that it can only thrive in warm and humid environments, which are unlike the conditions in our region. We are blessed with dry weather throughout the year. However, that means this mold, fungus, is from some kind of deep undergrowth, and somehow Leonard has gotten close to it. I left a cotton swab impregnated with this stuff next to one of those lab rats. Evidence dictates that the presence of the material caused a visible rash on Leonard's body, so a mere small quantity should produce a marked change in such a little critter. Something happened to the rat. I can't quite put my finger on what that is, but the rat is behaving differently. No visible physical alterations of note, but something's not the same. Could it be? Is it carcinogenic? A number of mold species produce toxins that can cause various health problems, the worst of which can ultimately include liver and lung cancer, as well as invasive diseases, especially in small children, the elderly, and people with weak immune systems. The most toxic mold known to date is thought to be black mold, or Stachybotrys chartarum. I'm sure I didn't pronounce that correctly at all, which can cause general respiratory problems, especially if one has asthma or allergies, and may be linked to lung cancer. But none of this applies to our case. Moreover, some poisonous mushrooms are known to cause organ failure, like the Destroying Angel, which is such a great name. Don't ever eat it, you'll die. But none have been proven to be invasive to this extent. There's the death caps and the rather romantically named Destroying Angels. There they are, Destroying Angels. In the realm of plants, there's of course the Atropa belladonna, but that's basically poison. It doesn't stimulate a malignant growth. While some species of mushrooms contain naturally produced carcinogens, these exist only in minute amounts and cannot directly cause cancer. And yet, there are peer-reviewed records of the unusual Ophiocordyceps unilateralis, which is pathogenic fungus, although it only attacks insects. Cordyceps! The cordyceps are here. Good name, terrible food. Yep. Definitely don't want none of that. You know the worst part about like the Destroying Angel is like you only need to ingest a little bit of it and it will cause permanent damage and probably most likely death, irreversible death. And by the time you start to feel the symptoms, it's too late for any kind of treatment. It's quite horrific. It is parasitic indeed and did something to the rat, but no, that's impossible. There are no records of such a thing anywhere in the world. If what I suspect is true, this carcinoma has an effect akin to a hallucinogen drug, and if Leonard came close to it, maybe the rest. Oh my God. Oh my God. So apparently, I'm guessing then that we were digging for something. Maybe it was just digging the tunnel and we came across a pocket of parasitic mold that got in all of us. Hi, cordyceps for all. Who wants a cordyceps? Me. Broken wheelchair. Useless. It's gonna start singing to me just like in Brave Little Toaster. Will Hodgson, age 43, condition stable, block mail wing, first floor, cell, therapy group E. We know what cell he was in. He was in 102A. He shared it with Bertrand. Profile. William Hodgson is a robust man with rugged facial features. Half of his face is covered in severe burn scars. He fell victim to an intense fire as a child as a result of being neglected by his parents. Ever since that event, Hodgson has experienced acute panic attacks whenever the subject of fire surfaces in any given conversation, an inevitable occurrence that has resulted in psychogenic, non-epileptic seizures and uncontrollable crying. Such reactions are in stark contrast with his imposing looks, yet Hodgson has unfortunately become a slave to his irrational fear. However, this patient can be equally pacific and mellow, routinely obeying orders and staying out of trouble. Specialists have determined his condition is reserved. While he shows promise, he is slow and exhibits difficulty reasoning and learning, far more than his peers. Hodgson is lucky to have a formidable voice that commands a sense of respect, which has fooled high-risk patients who would otherwise have taken advantage of him. Leonard. Huntings. This is his busted ankle. That's pretty rough looking. What's going on there? Like, you can see the outline of, I don't know what I'm looking at here. Is that his ankle? I'm assuming that's his foot. That could be the hip, shoulder blade? Could be the leg. The stretcher looked quite uncomfortable. Yeah, I'll bet. A set of wooden stairs probably used to train patients. A typical scale for measuring the weight of patients was rusted. So we got some sort of super fungus going on here. Well, that ain't good. That's not good at all. Operating room A, I think, is where they took Hodgson. But they didn't operate on him. Something about this place sent a shiver down my spine. There was a hint of dread in the air, thanks in part to a freakish mechanical apparatus reigning over the room. It was simply amazing that the lamp still emitted such a powerful light. That is pretty crazy. Oh man, that's for like messing around with the brains and stuff. I don't like that. I don't know about that. Dark stains were all over the interior wall of the broken wardrobe. I didn't want to know the source of those stains. It's probably blood. The bed looked stained with both rust and organic material. Delicious. What do we got? A jar that seemed unused in a newer condition than the rest of the items here piqued my interest. The label said hydrochloric acid. I nearly returned to the shelf, but decided to keep it around for now. Interesting. Interesting. We've got some acid we can dump on some stuff. I never liked syringes, but it was in good shape and could have proved useful, so I took it with me. There's a steady flow of clean water here. Wash off those keys. Wash off my knife. Carefully, I have cleaned the syringe as best I could. Okay. What do we got here? Just yellowed papers, none of interest. Was this a blood clot? Gross. Gross. Just nothing. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Wouldn't have enjoyed drinking coffee from any of these cups. an ancient Greek drawing. Interesting. Several test tubes, essential elements in any medical environment. Okay. Oh, this is where I can examine stuff with the slide possibly. It was now possible to analyze the organic material in the glass slide. Okay. This machine, it seemed to be self-operated and seemingly designed to perform a biopsy. But how? What was I supposed to do with it? There's no way I could operate this frightening device without further information on it. I mean, you could just I think that goes in the brains there. Based on my findings in the library, I knew this contraption was used to perform a brain biopsy. Oh, we're gonna drill into our brains, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back for this. We'll be back for some brain drilling. As soon as I figure out how. Blanket covering the stretcher looked disgusting. As if it had been drawing dust and fetid condensation for a long time. Alright, we'll keep looking for instructions on how to dig into our brains. Which is a thing we're going to do. The lamp didn't even have a light bulb. I didn't think they could receive patients in this room, at least not until the bed was fixed. I feel like that's why the cordyceps is why Leonard was like, Lenny, it's like, will we belong here? It's like, yes, because he's part of the fungal collective. 8. Breakthroughs in experimental surgery. It is widely acknowledged that Dr. Hanwell was the architect of many novel medical procedures as he championed technological advancements for treating his patients. A noteworthy example of this was his development of a new automated machine that could extract brain tissue samples quickly and without incisions. According to studies conducted by Hanwell Mental Institute, many patients suffer serious mental illnesses, SMI, that are caused by brain tumors and must be treated with surgery. With a large and unexpected caseload of SMI patients, Dr. Hanwell felt the need to devise a system that facilitated the tumor detection process more efficiently than previous methods. In Hanwell's time, the most widely used process for obtaining samples of brain tissue typically required a great deal of time and required 3 to 4 surgeons per patient to perform the craniotomy and extract the tissue. Precious time was also needed to seal the large incision in the cranium. To expedite this procedure, Dr. Hanwell devised the stereotactic transorbital brain biopsy equipment, STRABA, a wondrous machine capable of extracting a brain tissue sample through an eye socket, thus avoiding the need for craniotomy altogether. Oh, I was okay with drilling through my skull, but if it's got to go through my eye, I don't know. The doctor could simply input the coordinates of the tumor's suspected location, and the Strab could complete a complex stereotactic procedure using a sample extraction needle attached to a movable arc. This queer invention led to controversy. Some scientists and surgeons believed that using such a machine would increase the possibility of brain hemorrhage, as its accuracy was questionable. Dr. Hanwell dismissed these opinions as uninformed, stating that the targeting mechanism of his machine was based on the most detailed brain atlas of the time, and that the Strab was manufactured by the most trusted and reputable professionals. I don't want to drill my brains. I'd rather not. But I fear that I will have to. Drill my brains. What's this? Medical appliance bore marks of someone enduring pain. Oh yeah, it's like the tooth guard. Wow, someone was really chomping on that. Right in the pupil. Isn't that like one of the Mass Effect games where you have to like inject something into your eye, and if you screw up, it just impales his brain? empty. The drawers in this room seem to have been emptied a long time ago. Sedative. A sticky label with the word sedative was in the front of this bottle. Labels were stained with some kind of fluid, rendering them unreadable. All right, let me get my syringe here. The syringe was now filled with sedative. All right. Destroyed. No more radiographs could be placed here. The lamp was barely held by one of its wires, seeming like it could fall apart at any minute. Necropine spore marks of someone enduring pain. Shouldn't I? Well, I probably don't want that. Because someone's been chomping on it. I probably don't want to chomp on that myself. Well, let's look around a little bit more before I decide to, you know, drill my brains. Whoa! More flashbacks. What's happening, Zane? How's it going? Welcome in. Welcome to my nightmare. The door seemed locked from the other side. No way to proceed. Fair enough, fair enough. That wasn't me. That's another patient. No Mpreg here. But the daddy was Sky. You got that backwards. If anyone is going to get Mpreg, it's going to be Sky. The window was tightly shut and wouldn't open. I can safely say that this guy's not here to defend his honor, which leaves me free to say whatever. What? I'm just saying. It is something that comes up from time to time. I don't know why. A lot of gas. Hardly seems good. Guess doesn't know. You don't want to know. Now comes through and sees the chat. He won't scroll up. It's fine. It's fine. What's this? The gauge showed that water was still flowing through this spot. A spigot. Likely for attaching something to it, like a wheel, probably. Like a wheel or a wrench or something. Long rusted pipes decorated this aged wall in a haunting manner. Like a hose coming out of that? What's going on here? What an astonishing view. Even during the gloomy night, the sky looked as if it was hand-painted. It might have been. Oh, we got a lot of ground to cover on this. Even though the window was dirty, there was still a hint of reflection in it. No reflection for me, though. Another window that could have used some cleaning. The door seemed locked from the other side. No way to proceed. Fair enough. You are here. Oh, I see. This will go down to the first floor if I can unlock it from this side. So this is the male hospital. We just walked this over across this way. We can check the male hospital. I definitely want to check the female hospital because that's one of the patients we don't know anything about. I shouldn't be able to get in over here yet. Yep. So let's just go around, unlatch that. Just gonna eat the moon like Ed, and Eddie. I'll try. Something tells me the doctors are gonna come and be like, no, you can't do that. Couldn't see anything through the window. It was a foggy night outside. It was firmly locked. Okay. About the other side. I just kind of skipped past. Don't eat the Amon. The Moon Princess Luna would be mad. I said I would try, but I can't even see the moon tonight. Which I guess is the moon's lucky day. Next time, moon. Next time, moon. Next time. All right, good. So those are both shortcut unlocked. The Moon Princess was Princess Serenity. Turns out there's a lot of moon princesses. A lot of people living and working on the moon. You wouldn't think. I didn't think. Surprisingly common. No, we can't get in that way. Can't go this way. No one bothered to lift the wheelchair. A lonely wheelchair was conveniently positioned in the middle of the corridor, as if it was some kind of twisted joke. MLP Gen 4, if you don't know. The Luna. I did not. I know very little about the MLP. I vaguely remember a couple of names. Just go in a circle here. I guess I can't get in over there. It just goes back up that way. I can't get into the female ward. I can go back downstairs. Let's see if we I'm horrified to try, but I guess I'll go to that machine and see if I can make it dig a hole out of my brain now. Oh, I didn't even see the hydrotherapy. I just get past this. Unfortunately, the door wouldn't budge. Yeah, I wasn't in here at all. Spigot. Okay. So I'm gonna need some tool to get into that. It seemed to be some kind of control panel, possibly meant to adjust the temperature of water. Mistreatment of patients in renowned hospital? I can't see a date on here. Shore Gazette. It says 11th year, but I don't see any actual, like, day or date. It's very weird. Loader with vast selection of top box. Probably reality check to the paragraph before and basically saying that Daniel was very kind. Insurance companies pay out a third. This week is coming to an end, so let me remind you of these noteworthy updates. Can you dig it? Been interviewed by, and they must have given me some strange beverages because I spilled the beans about a very secretive new. So I think the ongoing interview with a great German site. There's just random stories on the side there. What's up, Skyo? How's it going? How you doing? What's happening? Just enjoying some Asylum. I believe we've been infected with cordyceps, and I'm about to see if I can drill a hole through my eyeball into my brains. It's been better for the main character, but it may fix his problems. Sky, don't read the chat, Sky. Don't read the chat. Don't scroll up. Everything's fine. Good. Might be getting a tad bit sick. We're still vibing. Nothing happened. There's nothing to note. Nothing was discussed. It's all good. I'm sorry to hear you're getting sick. Hopefully nothing too serious, and hopefully you recover soon. Not like have some toes fall off. The fuzzy pickles. What is it? Why is everyone coming in with the fuzzy pickles? What's going on with the fuzzy pickles? I'm just as lost as I was the last time. No, chaos. No. I can't. Leisure Suit Larry. Yeah, that's what it was all about. It's about the fuzzy pickles. Child. What are you saying? What are you saying, Scott? No. I wasn't saying did. I just said if. If. There was a lot of ifs in that statement. We don't need to worry about that. So I Prager's tweet then. Oh my god, you have an actual tweet for this? I did not see this. Well, now I have to go take a look at this. I just found it, Sky. I didn't see that. So I was correct. I was correct in my sentiment there. Just let me just drop this. People can see what we're talking about. I am not. That was the whole thing. There's only one of the waifu boys that I now can confirm. I know I have seen the MPreg literature attributed to, and it ain't me. No, you can't unsee it. It's there for all to see. A beautiful baby, whatever. I'm looking forward to being a grandfather. It was a Glitch's chat. She was talking about doing Nephew's kind of challenge involving punishment wheels. Was this the was the someone was like, tweet you're pregnant. It's like, I'll do it for free. Oh my god. Well, that tracks. No, the paper. I'm gonna read this. several nurses who prefer to remain anonymous have filed further complaints about the egregious abuse of patients by authorities at Hanwell Mental Institute. This has led to a tense atmosphere of quarreling and accusations among employees inside a once respectable institution. Law enforcement officials, apprised of the situation, spent several hours yesterday evening searching the mental hospital. While no evidence of wrongdoing was found, they provided details during a press conference about the rapidly decaying state of the building and expressed concerns for the safety of patients. Injuries exhibited by alleged mistreated patients could not be attributed to a particular source. Wounds range from severe bruises to cuts to violent fractures and, in the worst case, searing burn marks. Family members of the patients and employees demanded a more severe intervention by state authorities. Dr. Hanwell, whose disinterest in discussing these grave allegations with the media borders on offensive, did not respond to inquiries, tarnishing his public image beyond repair. I don't want to diminish the media, but I feel like it's a tad presumptuous for someone to write a newspaper article saying, this story that I just published has ruined this man. It's I feel like you wish it did more than it actually did. So you can't be VTuber for long without having MPreg art made of you becoming the parental figure of your younger friends. If you kid every other year. Sky, the many children of Sky Axons. The contents of this bathtub was filthy and revolting. A foul stench emanated from this bathtub. I didn't want to come closer. I feel like there's going to be something in one of these bathtubs, and I need to find a tool to access that. But perhaps first, I will dig into my skull. As long as the check keeps coming in, I'll keep popping them out. No, Sky. Okay. There's no way I could operate this frightening device without further information on it. I feel like I can. Was it in my plan to spend any more time near this twisted contrivance? All right, I guess I've got plenty of information on it. I'm pretty sure I know exactly what to do. I just strap myself in over there and take a... Or maybe it's not me. Maybe I do it to someone else. That's actually kind of worse. I know I'm in silence. What are you doing here? Cordyceps, I believe. It's the wrong way. All right, I need to... Let's go to the museum. I wonder if there is any point to... Well, I could... I don't know. Should I look at this guy's body? Should I look for it? Bit of effort. I managed to hook up the body bag. That's not what I want. Body is too heavy to move my hand. Surely there was a better way. We'll just slap it on over there. Now, how many years has this guy's body been on ice, though? Like, all this stuff happened a long time ago. So has his body just been sitting? And how has the electricity been running, or is his body just going to be goo? If I open this up, it's just slud. I'd have to gather strength to open this bag. Okay. Is it like, do I drink some hydrochloric acid? Like that kind of strength? Oh, Lord. Oh, goodness. His pallid face and eyes wide open evoked a sense of terror and despair. Hodgson seemed to have died under despicable circumstances. Hodgson was finally on the table. Was the wind-up key still inside him? Only one way to find out. Well, I guess I need that key. So let's start digging into this body. Oh. Oh. Just no gloves, no nothing. Just get in there. Oh. Man, I seen some stuff, but this is it's the fact that he has no gloves on his hands. He's just doing it raw is just horrifying. Oh. Oh, son of a bitch. Expecting him to wake up again. Once again, another terrifying vision. I need to get away from this morgue. All right, well, so I dropped the water. I dropped it in the water here. Due to my being on edge, the wind-up key had fallen in the drain. Where was this damn wind-up key? Okay. Where does it go? Let's just go outside. I wonder if it does. Got your hand. Here, I was about to say that went relatively well. Yeah, almost. We were almost successful. I need some kind of like wheel or crank or something to work that water. I suspect I'll need that. It's funny to me because we had to flush a key out in scratches too. What is this thing? Okay. There's no way to grab these feeble tweezers present. What was I going to do with them? The glass slide. Okay. So it wasn't needed anywhere else. I felt left the tweezers in the exhibit. I feel like I would want to examine these other things or take a sample from them. But I guess not. We'll just take the slide and go. Go back to that machine. I doubt that'll work. We might be able to get up to the 3rd floor now too. I mean, the water is not going to go up there, but I don't think we've got Oh, no, his bag's still here. Seemed to be Lenny's cart. Perhaps he was getting ready to clean the topmost floor. Okay, so his cart's still there. He's moved elsewhere. I'm trying to talk to this guy again. It makes such a weird trip to get around to this guy. Hello.
Dr. Miller?
What is it this...
Just one mo...
Okay.
Are you familiar with this?
Is this a
Is this a joke? Yeah. Nursery rhyme. Nursery rhyme.
Would you say it's possible to stimulate the memory of a catatonic patient with music?
Certainly within the realm of possibility, yes. The mind is still a mystery. There's much we don't understand. But a terminally ill, withdrawn patient who suddenly reacts to a visual or oral stimulus? Could happen, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have you seen a strange contraption in a surgery room?
That strange contraption is Walter's most remarkable creation.
What's it for?
Seriously? We have a gigantic library and ample documentation on the history of Hanwell Institute. Go see for yourself.
Okay.
About this.
We have said all...
Okay. Let's get the music box.
About this.
We have...
I guess that's it for Hodgins Day. Okay.
Thank you for your time, Dr. Miller.
Away we go. All right, I need to figure out the water. Where that drains. Go back in that room. It seemed to drain. It seemed like the drain ran. No, it was the morgue. It seemed like the drain ran outside, but let's check the orientation just because there are windows. So if that's true, can I get outside where it might drain, and where might that be? Okay, so here's the morgue. So if that's outside, that would be the middle, and I base that on. Let's kind of get back over there. You can see it running to out there. Unless it comes from, I don't think it comes from out there. All right, so let's take a look at the map and see what this lines up to something I can get out there for. Okay. So there's the morgue. I mean, that would be the courtyard, I guess. Maybe it drains down in the courtyard. So let's go back down to the courtyard. Now I'll have to figure out how to get that music box from the crazy guy. Where? shed appeared to be locked. Locked how? How is it locked? If that was true, it would be like up there. Or like right above that. So if it did drain out here, it would be draining out here somewhere. I don't see any like trickles of water, so it must just feed back into water system. Or is that even correct? This doesn't make a lot of sense, though. Let's go back in there. I need to get in that shed somehow. Family members, patients reporting alarming number of injuries. I don't think I read that before. I did not. I don't need to read this. YouTube complains that it is buffering. Connection seems like it's being flaky today. Seeing it kind of trickling up and down there. Well, it's a good time, Sonny, then to take a quick break here. I will be back in just a few moments. We'll see if the connection picks up. But I got to read this thing about the injuries. So we got to find this key. So I got to figure out where the water is going to. I thought it looked like it was draining outside, but maybe that just drains somewhere else, where I can find it somewhere. Who knows where. Poke around that for the water, but I think I need something to turn the water on and off, like a wrench or a valve wheel or whatever. We got to get that music box away, but I don't know if it's worth getting it away before I have the key. If I need to have the key, we can check that out. Maybe I can find Lenny and talk to him again, although he's moved on. We can talk to some other people again. We'll see what's up. I don't think I need these keys anymore because they don't open any of the other doors I want to open. So we'll see. Anyway, I'll be back in just a moment or two. Stay tuned. I like the music in this. The music really gives me like John Carpenter, maybe Tangerine Dream vibes. Welcome back, Jum 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 Jum. Like, yo, Jum Yum Yum Yum. Unsettling rumors. In later years, dissatisfied employees at Hanwell Mental Institute began to circulate wild stories about mistreatment on the part of the executive staff. At the time, authorities ascribed the rumors to the general atmosphere of discontent at the institute, as it was a matter of public knowledge by then that the erstwhile international prestige of the establishment had faded, its glory days long gone. The building was in an appalling state of disarray, displaying an evident lack of direction and maintenance. Welcome back. Thank you, Flash. The situation became more serious when family members of patients began reporting an alarming number of injuries to the bodies of their loved ones. These ranged from severe bruises to burn marks and, in the more extreme cases, fractures. Initially, the injuries were thought to result from unfortunate accidents related to the known issues besetting the mental hospital, including underfunding, understaffing, and growing workplace animosity. Eventually, however, burgeoning pressure from the public eye and human rights organizations prompted authorities to initiate a series of investigations into the establishment for the insane. Interviews with institute staff ensued. Testimonies from low-ranking workers and nurses included descriptions of anguished shrieks echoing through the hallways, their precise sources difficult to locate. In one of the most sinister accounts, an anonymous report suggested the screaming was coming from underground. Other stories mentioned the disappearance of a certain number of patients, a phenomenon that often happened during the night. But the most chilling rumor of them all was that the patients were being deliberately subjected to various forms of torture. When questioned about these scandalous allegations, Dr. Ellis Hawthorne dismissed them as the gossip of employees not fit for their jobs. He argued on record that the distressing screams originated from the high-risk section, in which dangerous patients with a history of violence would regularly experience psychotic fits. As for patients disappearing from their cells, he stated that it was common for them to get lost in the monumental building, with hours sometimes passing by before they were found. Yet another reason why the upgrade to the unit system layout was the top priority of the administration, Hawthorne added. During this period of upheaval, Dr. Hanwell himself opted for a perplexing silence, never publicly commenting on the situation. With circumstances spiraling out of control, authorities continued to closely follow the events transpiring at Hanwell Mental Institute. Well, things sure got bad. Some nasty clothes. Okay, let's take a look at the tasks. Music box, if I wind up key. Okay. That's the gallery in there. We'd have to go to the basement. Do, 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 do. Still curious about that. Onward we march. Hopefully I haven't missed something. So the game is pretty good about items that we need to use, like we get them and then we're not carrying them around for a long time before we find some use for them. So I don't think I've missed like a water valve or anything like that. It's so red and misty in there. It's kind of alarming. Emma is fierce, also more vulnerable. Here we go. Where's my sedative? No, not the acid. There we go. Get him! Stick him! You'll be fine. Maybe don't drag his arms through the glass. That's probably bad for him. The high-risk patient was sedated, so I gathered strength to carefully trespass into his realm. There we go. High-risk patient was sedated, so I gathered strength to carefully trespass into his realm. Let's go. I almost felt sorry for this man. Being locked in here for even a brief period of time would turn anyone mad. Oh, he dead. We don't know the proper sedation techniques. We could have just killed him dead. Oh, he's got all these little neat toys here. These neat little toys. Finally, this was indeed the music box for my vision in Bertrand's cell. Okay. Now we'll just put the keys back like nothing happened. No, I really needed the keys. There was always the risk of bumping into Bruno somewhere upstairs, but time was running out. Okay. Never mind. I will keep the keys. Okay. Equipment made me feel uncomfortable with that. It did. Locked tight. The sealed window didn't even allow for a breath of fresh air. Okay, let's put the music box down. All right, we need the key. Music box that had triggered a reaction from Bertrand, like some kind of chapter in his memory. All right, Bertrand, we'll be back. Some children's books, it seemed, were scattered under the bed. All right. Can go chat with some people. Where can I find, I don't know, like a wrench or something? Can we find it anywhere down here? We could try the janitor's closet again. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've dug through all of that entirely. We can try the library. We can see if the library has instruction on the brain machine. Let's see here. Nursing? Can't get in there. Psychiatry, pathology. To be honest, I didn't recall ever smelling papyrus. So the books conveyed the feeling, older than the rest. Yeah, those, I should have clicked it again. Because earlier it was like, the book smelled like papyrus. And I'm like, when have you smelled papyrus? Be real. History, neurology. Neurology, perhaps? An old unpublished manual about some kind of biopsy machine. Here it is. Stereotactic transorbital brain biopsy equipment. Draft of instructions. Warning, this equipment is still undergoing extensive tests. Any use of this machine on a living person must be supervised by a qualified professional. Nah, it's fine. The Strab is a novel device capable of extracting a brain tissue sample without performing a craniotomy. It makes use of the empty space around a patient's orbital to reach areas of the brain without damaging the eye or causing long-term facial paralysis. Depending on the cranial structure of the patient, the coordinates of the transorbital device may need to be reconfigured in order to determine the correct angle for the procedure. Okay, I may be in trouble. The subject's height is not factored into the coordinates calculation, since the head should always be fixed in the proper position. Ensure that the subject's body lies comfortably on the bed, which can be extended for this purpose. Coordinates are calculated according to body mass, gender, and age. For example, an adult male weighing around 80 kilograms may need an angle between 180 and 190 degrees. The margin of error is calculated by the machine and compensated for using a state-of-the-art sensing component to aim for the correct entry point in the patient's left orbital. The needle may retract and move forward a number of times during this process, which is normal. Note, the device always aims for the left orbital by default, while recalibrating for the right orbital is possible. This makes no practical difference for the procedure. Before starting the procedure, be sure there is a professional validating the data provided by the control panel and an assistant positioned close to the patient in case of a reflex action during the procedure that could lead to irreversible damage to the patient's eye. Properly securing the harness should minimize this possibility. For a successful procedure, follow the steps below. 1. Turn on the equipment using the control panel. 2. Rotate the principal knob to the appropriate unit that corresponds to the patient's cranial dimensions. This will set the target coordinates. 3. The person assisting the professional should evaluate whether everything is in the correct position, particularly the harness. It is recommended to also check the position of the extractor needle and the bed. 4. The supervising professional at the control panel may pick up the wired activator and press the button to set the procedure in motion. 5. Wait until the extractor needle finalizes its procedure and is fully removed from the patient's orbital. If blood leaks through the puncture, wipe it with a disinfected towel. There is no need to treat the puncture. Once the machine completes the procedure, the fluid containing the sample will be located in a sterilized receptacle behind the extractor component. It then can be taken in with a standard syringe, but be sure to properly sterilize the syringe so as not to contaminate the sample. 7. Inspect the patient's orbital for any unexpected damage, then have the patient remain seated on the bed to recover from any dizziness. 8. The brain sample is ready to be examined under a microscope by a qualified pathologist. I'm none of these things. This sounds like Civil War era surgeries. It's highly advanced, Flash. You heard the doctor. It's a highly advanced machine. We're just gonna jam a needle in our brain and just get a neat little sample of it. No muss, no fuss. Or lobotomize ourselves, or blind ourselves, or all of the above. Just some Wild Wild West Will Smith tech. I didn't see no spider legs. I didn't see no giant spider, so I think we haven't been all the way in the basement yet. That could be back there as it pumps back and forth, just rocking that brain out of there. Sometimes you got to give it a little jiggle. Sometimes the brain likes to stick, and you just got to work it loose. The procedure is expected to last 5 to 10 seconds, depending on the lobe from which the sample will be extracted. So-called depth must be accounted for in this calculation. Following the procedure, the patient may experience impaired vision and difficulty articulating facial muscles, but these effects are expected to subside within an hour at most. Ooh. Lung cancer, pancreatic tissue with possible incipient carcinoma, biopsy of prostate cancer, a rare type of gastric endocarcinoma, histopathy of ret colonic tissue, benign microglandular adenosis in mammary gland, biopsy of unidentified brain tumor, ret cerebellum tissue. That biopsy of unidentified brain tissue, ret cerebellum tissue. That's from the fungus infected rat. And that looks like a little happy wormy guy crawling around in there. Sometimes you gotta jiggle it, Judge. Sometimes you gotta jiggle it. Imagine you telling a judge that during the Jumington Dynamics lawsuit trials. I really can't comment on that. I really shouldn't comment on that. That's how I get into so much legal trouble. I just talk too much. It's my lawyer always says, Jumington, you talk too much. You gotta keep quiet about these things. Trying to keep you out of jail. Unfortunately, I mean, the jail's never really been on the table so much because we're a corporation. So even though corporations, we count as people, they can't really like do anything to us. They can just fine us. We just pay the fine. It does lead to financial ruin. I'll say that much. Which is, you know, has happened. Still got your lawyer's number. Yeah, he hasn't really been returning my calls. I'd be more concerned, but like, we're pretty much done with the suits. All right, time to clean off my needle. I washed the syringe, removing the fluid that was inside. Totally sanitary. That's how you sterilize stuff. You just run it under tepid tap water. Imagine your lawyer's like the one off the show partners on Amazon. Skeezy really do anything to win. You know, my lawyer's okay. You know, Mr. Bill Bibulus. Well, William Bibulus. He always says his friends call him Bill. He doesn't let me call him Bill. It's offensive to me. But he's, you know, he does all right. It's mostly just the scandal of it and the financial losses that caused issues in our company. But can I examine my brain size? There was something in one of these drawers that I'm pretty sure. Maybe it wasn't in here. I thought it was in here. Okay. Those are just those samples. Tubes. Okay. That's where I would extract my brain sample if I had any. It must have been in the other operating room, I think. Possibly. Let's just go over and see if I can start jabbing on this machine. It doesn't strike me as the kind of game that's going to kill me, but just to be on the safe side. Okay, so it's letting me use it now. I really should get a sense of the size of my skull before I start digging around in there. I'm pretty sure I saw one of those things that you examine your head with. It's around here somewhere. Oh, it wasn't over here, was it? Panel was too worn out to read properly. Okay. I thought I saw a dumb drum, but I think his message got bonked. Just caught it out of the corner of my eye and then it was gone. No, it wasn't in here. Yeah, I didn't even see what. It didn't even give me a chance. I didn't even see what was going on. YouTube, begin YouTube. No, not this one. What? For some reason, every time I walk in this hallway, I think A is on the side there. Buffering. Remember experiencing buffering. Where was... The machine seemed in good condition and should work. Let's say 95, 90, 180. Okay, that's 180. Okay, so I where was this? Maybe it's down the hall somewhere. Maybe it was in the morgue, perhaps. I remember where there was like a drawer that had some tools in it, and I was fairly certain one of them. That's the wrong way. It's fairly certain one of them had. Had a measurement for that. Well, let's see here. That's not going to do it. Okay. Key's not going to do it. We can't stab it, I don't believe. Oh, I don't have my letter opener anymore. I guess I'm done with it since I chopped up the body. There was nothing of use on the table. Had it worked, the stove might have helped. It was freezing in here. Well, it's unfortunate that it did not. Seems that the pipes here had busted. I wonder if they drained. Possible the drain came down this way. I don't really know. Okay, this way. This way. Back to the morgue. I think the morgue had it. I'm not sure if I'll actually be able to do this. I may stop in and talk to the doctor on the way back. See if like, hey, so about what size would you say my skull is? Yeah, I think this was it here. Okay, so it wasn't the hammers. Not the rags. Strange contraption. I may just have to guess and hope for the best. Well, let's go talk to the doctor. Let's talk to the doctor, see if he can tell me, like, how does one decide their head size? Doctor, would you do me a favor and measure my skull?
Dr. Mill.
What is it?
Just one.
What you got here?
There's one more.
Please.
Okay.
Just one more.
Why are you?
Well, I was here in the Institute around that time, but I don't quite recall all the events that transpired.
Mm-hmm.
Those unfortunate circumstances deeply affected me, and I must understand why.
What was your role in the Institute?
I used to be with patients most of the time.
This is all becoming a waste of my time. What was the question?
Were you acquainted with the Institute back in those days?
Only tangentially. This is my first time here.
All right.
And that concludes this conversation.
Okay. What are you doing with these dangerous chemicals? Is what I want to know.
I forgot to ask something else.
I'm sorry.
There's one.
Please.
Okay.
Thank you for your time, Dr. Miller.
All right, let's just go in there. Get in there. I'll read my notes and see what the notes have to say. So I don't think there was any tools or anything here. Nothing in these trays. You'd think they would have the means to measure like a skull in here if that was part of it, but do. All right, let's read the notes. Let's see. Biopsy instructions. Appropriate unit correspond patient's cranial dimensions. This will set target coordinates. Adult male weighing around 80 kilograms, median angle between 108 and 109 degrees. I'm going to guess that's me. So that's somewhere in there. Okay. I'll get on the table. Was it my plan to spend more time in this twisted contrivance? Okay. I mean, I know how to operate it. Am I pulling this out of somebody else's brains? Whose brain am I pulling this from? If it's not, it's got to be me because I got to sit there. If I turn it the other way. I mean, I know it hasn't explicitly told me, like, hey, you gotta chew your brains up, but like, it seems pretty clear to me that I do. There was no sample in it. Because the sample is meant to come from my head. Maybe I need to find the key first. The music box. All right, need to find something to deal with the water. Figure out where it's draining. YouTube could just stop buffering. I wonder where it would be. I mean, you'd think it would be going down. I don't remember coming across any place that was like, oh, it's filthy. Oh, there's water everywhere. Just going in circles here. All right. This gauge showed that water was still flowing through this spot. Okay. Need to find a thing to do the thing. Where can I find a thing to do the thing? That will lead back downstairs. Maybe I should go that way. It's firmly locked. Okay. What do I use the hydrochloric acid on? It's going to be a long night. That it was. Let's chat with her a bit.
Oh, one more thing, Julia. There's a strange...
Aren't the surgery rooms upstairs?
Yes?
You were not supposed to go upstairs.
Oh, I forgot.
I heard there's a strange contraption upstairs.
Okay, then stay away.
Okay.
I've been learning about the early history of this institute. Quite unpleasant things.
Yes, apparently it was a troubled time back then. There was some kind of situation going on between the employees and directors. Disagreements, I think, which devolved into a sort of debacle. It was all over the news back then.
Maybe it had something to do with the alleged abuse of patients.
Abuse? Nah, but I couldn't say either since I'm new here. I do believe those were wild rumors, though. Nothing was ever confirmed, and it could have been that staff members who were displeased with the management had spread lies to the newspapers. Underpaid
I don't
people
think so.
can get angry.
And that doesn't mean what they were alleging was a blatant lie either.
Well, the truth can be subjective. An act that may feel deeply outrageous to you, for example, if I pinch your arm on a whim because your questions are annoying me, may seem like only a mild reprimand to me. Perspectives do matter.
I see.
Well, I believe the truth is definite, and how we may feel about it has no relevance. We must be able to discern the facts from the fabrications.
Facts can be elusive these days, especially when you involve the media. But enough of this.
In any case, the institute was shut down.
Well, many other hospitals for the insane have faced similar fates. Bad management, if you ask me.
Okay.
Have you heard anything about underground tunnels?
That sounds spookier than it is. Underground tunnels are very common in mental hospitals.
Uh-huh.
How so?
Well, not in this particular single building layout. Modern mental health institutions have a whole different design, which is what they're planning to create here. They're comprised of a series of smaller buildings, and underground tunnels connecting them are not uncommon.
Okay.
Wow. You learn something new every day. I have nothing else to say about it.
Fine by me.
I have nothing else to...
Fine by me.
Okay.
I'm still trying to...
There's still time.
Still time. Hurry up.
This topic is...
Yeah.
Is there anything you could...
Well, he was an authority in the field of mental health. He basically built this whole place from the ground up.
Okay.
What a remarkable accomplishment.
But there's little information about Dr. Hanwell himself. He wasn't keen on giving interviews or showing himself in public.
Mm-hmm.
Only those who are closely acquainted or have been treated by Dr. Hanwell can claim to know him personally.
A notable celebrity indeed.
Curious. Curious. Okay.
I'm done for now.
This place was kind of messed up. I don't think there was. Okay. I don't remember I've seen anywhere where there's like water pouring down. Anywhere that wouldn't measure my brain or give me some reason to look for more stuff. It's waiting room. I've been through all of there. Go back down to the basement with this acid and see if we can like move a minecart or something. I wonder if there's something in the shed, but I can't. The shed is locked, and I didn't see like a tool option on it, unless I missed something. I don't know. I've been in here. If I just use hydrochloric acid to get into these offices. Didn't want to destroy this. Okay. Fair enough. Let's go down to the basement and the underground tunnels. If only. Yeah, it'd be nice. Bush looks like everything else in the vicinity dead and rotten. That's it. Well. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know if this will go anywhere, but there's a minecart down here. I thought maybe it needed like some grease for the wheels, but you know what's good for removing rust? Hydrochloric acid. The lock clicked with somewhat pleasant sound as I turned the key, which echoed throughout the corridors in the gloomy area downstairs. Ooh, we're in. Oh, a fetid smell made me lose my balance as I prowled into the sewers. For a moment, I thought about running away and leaving the godforsaken place behind me. Oh, we're in the sewers. Why, that's just nasty. Gauge presumably showed that water's still flowing through this pipe. All right, so we've got a bunch of those then. Thick chains prevented me from going that route. All right. There's nothing there, right? Yep. Surely that key is down here somewhere. I just gotta dip my hands in and find it. I mean, I've already been digging around a corpse. It can't be worse. The gate at the end of the sewers seemed to open only under certain conditions, possibly related to water pressure. Ah, that makes sense. The tube seemed to indicate the water level left in what I assumed was a septic tank. Aha! I took the valve with me. All right, so now we got to empty out. We got to turn the water off. Let's get that wheel. There we go. Okay. Seemed like water had stopped flowing here. All right. Let's go back and check. Just get some confirmation. Sewers. Greenhouse. Hydrotherapy balcony, the greenhouse. I'm not sure. How do I get to the greenhouse? Have I been in the greenhouse? Well, not here. Further down. I don't think I've been in a greenhouse. Here we go, here we go. Wheel is firmly stuck due to the amount of rust on it. I didn't see how using it I would remove the rust from the wheel. Okay. Why just bang on it? Okay. I don't think there's any. I would need like oil or something. Right. I did not see this before. I don't remember reading this. Move to the unit system. Over time, mental hospitals built using the Kirkbride system began to present numerous maintenance and operational problems. Faults in the design led to unforeseen practical difficulties, and their rigid layouts prohibited efficient expansion. The Kirkbride plan soon became a significant problem in mental health. Since many mental hospitals are state-funded, a combination of budget cuts and high maintenance expenses spelled doom for the principles of the Kirkbride plan. Personnel wages, medications, medical appliances, coal for the boilers, electrical maintenance, and sewage services represented but a small fraction of the cost of keeping such large establishments operating. With the general high levels of stress and economic issues also impacting the public in modern society, experts warned of a surge in mental health disorders and an increased need for specialized treatment centers. Thus, the demand for mental hospitals kept growing even as institutions adhering to the Kirkbride plan afforded only slow and costly construction. Concern intensified in the field as psychiatrists and medical professionals began to question the theory that architecture played a role in mental health. And so the prestigious Hanwell Mental Institute sought to adapt, as did many other mental hospitals, by undergoing extensive remodeling according to a new design philosophy that came to be known as the unit system. Instead of a single sprawling building, the various departments in such establishments would be separated into smaller, discrete structures. With this new approach, a purely administrative building would have no physical connection to one housing patients. To achieve this ambitious goal, many existing Kirkbride institutions resorted to constructing utilitarian underground tunnels connecting various buildings, since aesthetics were no longer a concern. Okay. I think eventually I'll have to get in there. But that's probably for later, I'm guessing. What is that? Well, if it's not that acid, then it's oil of some kind, which I haven't seen. I don't think I can get in any of these little ones. It was hopeless. Okay. Yeah, this is close enough. We'll just keep charging through here. Hydrotherapy and the balcony and a greenhouse. Greenhouse must be the 3rd floor, I would guess. Which may present issues. Yeah, I can only assume that it's my own brain I'm taking that sample from, since the control mechanism is accessed by sitting in the chair. But I presumably haven't been given a reason to yet, besides all the stuff that I'm reading and me kind of sort of sorting it out on my own, like, oh yeah, I probably got the brain worms. Probably want to look into that. You think the greenhouse would be like outside? But you may be mistaken. I would think it would be outside. Certainly not around here anywhere. Okay. Back we go. Hydrotherapy. Hydrotherapy. Where my wheel at? Come on. There we go. All right. One more down. Now to the balcony. There we go. Okay. Now where the deuce is the greenhouse? All right. Down the stairs. Once again, we're walking like right past this person, right past Julia. She can clearly see us walking these stairs. There's no way she's not hearing us go up and down these stairs here. Okay, let's see. Is there a greenhouse listed here? Gallery to exterior. I wonder if I can I get outside? The greenhouse, I mean, it couldn't be on the 3rd floor, right? That just seems crazy, but I can't access the 3rd floor, so that's probably why I'm like, maybe it's there. go to the gallery. Wow. I recall this door led, but it was jammed beyond hope. Well, left outside, but it probably went to the greenhouse. But we'll see if 3 out of 4 is enough to get the water pressure turned off so that I can caper around in the sewage system. So I can get that key to trigger the music box. But what is the acid for? Oh, went by right, didn't I? Into the filth pit. Can you imagine, like, if this person came up later, like, after traipsing around in this filth, like, ankle deep in sewage? Water pressure's still too high. Where is the greenhouse? Tubes seem to indicate water level left in what assumed to be the septic tank. I don't know where the greenhouse is. Bound diseases the player character must have. Yep. I mean, I've been fishing around in dead bodies. No gloves, no nothing. This place looks like it's a tetanus-filled nightmare. Probably already exposed to cordyceps-like fungus. I won't know till I drill into my brains. And that's just like today. Go at the front door. I can't imagine the greenhouse. Again, like it's either on the 3rd floor, which I can't access yet, which seems crazy, but possible, or it's outside somewhere, which would make more sense to me, like for a greenhouse to be outside. But I have seen like rooftop greenhouses. So I don't think it's impossible. When this rock is still there, as ancient as the water surrounding it. I believe I can navigate around anymore out here. Okay.
Hi, Julia. I forgot. I have nothing else to say about this.
Fine by me.
Okay. People. See, you don't want
nothing else to say
okay.
about this.
Fine by me.
See you later, Julia.
All right, Lenny's got to be around somewhere. He's the most likely person to ask. Is there any other way? Is there any other way to get outside? Is the question. Windows doesn't go anywhere. I don't see greenhouse anywhere on the map. It does say to exterior. You can't even get in that section. That went downstairs to the... Yeah. Kitchen. We couldn't get into the kitchen. Certainly another way to get up to the 3rd floor. I don't think there is. Well, it's been cleaned in a long time. That's the courtyard. This, of course, looks treaty out there. I haven't seen Bruno in a while. I'm kind of curious where he might be. Also, I haven't seen Lenny since the clock shifted. I know he's not blocking this corridor anymore, but I couldn't get any further up here because his stuff. So he's got to be somewhere up there, and it's not likely to move until something happens and the time shifts. First floor to 3rd floor. In theory, I get up to the 3rd floor from one of those, but I don't think I was able to get anywhere in either of them. I think either of those doors open, but we can try it. We can try it and see if I can get anywhere there. Yes. Yes. Also, I might as well try the acid on the store too. Yep. Some dangerous stuff that I was holding. None of the keys worked. Okay. Now I gotta go all the way around here. Bro, get. Yeah, I still just walk around talking to people like there's nobody from outside. Like, trust me, I just got some questions. Why do you smell like raw sewage? Well, no, see, don't worry about that. Are you carrying around a bottle of hydrochloric acid? Look, that's not what I'm here about. All right, no getting in that way. Other side. I mean, that would be a greenhouse, but I think that's the solarium, possibly. It's got a bunch of pipes running. Maybe that is the greenhouse. No, that must be the gallery or something, because that's the courtyard. Yeah, that can't be the greenhouse. We would have been able to enter it on the 1st floor. No, this is just locked. What lies beneath, no pun intended. I mean, there's some stuff hanging out underneath this place, which now we found out is some sort of brain-altering fungus. What's a pinball? Okay, what are my tasks here? Valve. I think the valve. Got one more with that jar with acid. I don't know why. Find the wind-up key. We need to drain the septic tank. To drain the septic tank, we need to Find the greenhouse. Wherever the greenhouse may be. I had thought that perhaps I'm just gonna go around circles here on top. I thought perhaps that the acid could be used to open a lock. That was not the case. I'm not entirely certain what it's for. Possibly, you know, another possibility is that we put it in that sprayer and spray it on stuff, but I haven't been able to pick up that sprayer that we find in the basement. I think the only thing besides some papers in here was, luckily there was nothing in this bathtub. More bathtubs in the same gross condition. Yeah, it's pretty nasty. I got a sprayer in the basement that I keep being able to pick up and look at, but there's nothing to it. Talk to this guy again. I don't really have anyone else to talk to right now.
Dr. Miller?
He's not going to want to talk about any of this stuff.
Just one.
Okay.
I forgot to ask.
I'm sorry.
There's one?
Please.
Yep.
About the...
We have...
Okay.
I forgot to ask. About...
We have said...
Just one more thing. Would you say it's possible that, amid all the chaos, patients were wrongfully discharged?
I know patients were relocated from one institute to the other, as is the current case for our reopening.
Mm-hmm.
Yet it's possible.
Yes, of course, it's very possible. The glorious Hanwell Institute may have let loose dangerous lunatics in the streets amid a media circus. Satisfied now?
Sure.
Damn.
Let's drop the subject. There's one more.
Please.
About...
We have said...
Okay.
About...
We have said...
I forgot to...
I'm...
About...
We have said...
Okay.
There's one...
Please...
Okay. Hey, what's up, man? What's up, Raiders? Button here. There's a button. How's it going? Thank you for the raid. How was the stream? How was the bug? I was about to say Soak Song, but it wasn't Soak Song. It's Bug Fables. I got mixed up because of the bugs. You can't blame me. You can't blame me. It's fun. Got past the boss house. Stock on. Oh, nice. Nice. Bug Fables is always peak. I'll probably come back around to that after I play the next Paper Mario game. This, which would be Super Paper Mario. Just want to do one of those and then come back to Bug Fables. But I try to limit to like one big RPG at a time. And that, but then like I'll play, you know, so I don't want to play like Super Paper Mario. It's RPG-ish. I don't want to play a long RPG like two of them at the same time. It'll rack my brains. Pinball, I just saw a new Megadeth song, ain't too shabby. I'll have to listen to it. I didn't know they put out something new. I didn't even know about that. Grand Valley should probably do that too. that's just like me particularly. Like I like to have like one big meaty game that goes on for like 17 streams, and then a sprinkling of other games that last like 1 or 2 streams. But if I have like 3 games going that are like I'm playing the same games every day, every week, I think I'll start to lose my mind. I could do it for like a game, but I couldn't do it if like Monday through Thursday was the same for like 2 months. So it would make my schedules a lot easier. Like, remember last week? We're doing it again.
I'll be on my way.
This guy's got nothing more for us. I got a vial full of acid and nothing to melt or burn up. I'm trying to get into the septic tank, as you do. Gonna make some food. All right. Well, you enjoy that food. Thank you for the raid once again, and welcome all raiders. If you don't know who I am, I'm Jum Jumington, former CEO of Jumington Dynamics. We're playing Amnesia. What can I say? Amnesia. Asylum. The latest game from Sunscape developers under a different studio. Previously released the game Scratches, which I played last year in October. It's very good. Quite enjoyed it. I'm quite enjoying this. It's a bit of a mystery, spooky game. So he should be on the 3rd floor corridors. He'll be up on the 3rd floor for quite some time. But I need to figure out the greenhouse here. I don't know how else and get out of here. I need to look at this and see what am I still missing from my collections. We're still missing a bunch of these. I feel like I've gotten some of these out of order, but some of those are still 3 more of those. Nothing on that page. It's crazy. One more report. I wonder if I can find anything more in the library. Welcome back, Judd. Library was on the 1st floor. Pretty close to it. So what did this say again? Impossible. Someone's going to have to tear that door apart to get it open. Okay. Is there anywhere else that... Oh yes, the absolutely destroyed bathroom here. Somewhere else where there was a little wrench icon that I hadn't yet used. Yeah, I looked at all this. Okay. Just double check this joint. Well, we're over here. I'm listening to the tape. Got all of his stuff. And watch the films. He's downstairs waiting for us to track down the key, which is in the sewer for the music box. If you think fishing around in the sewer for the key is bad, then you're not going to want to know whose dead body I crawl it out of. Don't. Just an old toy. seems kind of dangerous. They have like a nail for the leg there. It seems like a concealed weapon. You know, like most places wouldn't let you have something like that because you pull that nail out and just start stabbing people. Stab, 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 stab. That's not, I don't think most institutions would want that. Miscellaneous. Anything in the miscellaneous? These books are numbered in a strange way. It all seemed disarrayed, lacking any kind of system. 1. That's history. And what's this? While my storied career as a general surgeon has cemented my prestigious position in the field, a fact widely acknowledged by kindred professionals who have effusively praised my work, my true passion has always been the secrets of the mind. It was during the extirpation of a challenging meningioma that I first confused this zeal with the desire to specialize as a neurosurgeon. Yet it dawned on me that quite to the contrary, I was growing tired of the physical aspects of the brain altogether. It was rather the nature of its inner workings that fascinated me. In time, a new path led me to research topics related to psychology and psychiatry, particularly the peculiar interplay between these two disciplines. Mental health disorders stood out as a prime subject of interest. Losing control of yourself is a terrible thing, perhaps the worst thing that can happen to a human being. The inability to discern what is real and what is not. The impossibility of determining what the incontrovertible truth is because your senses are crippled. Horrified me to no end. I made it my new purpose in life to delve deeper into this captivating yet disquieting discipline. I would make use of the plentiful wealth and resources I had amassed over the years to fulfill this developing personal ambition. I chose a convenient location to construct what I christened Hanwell Mental Institute as a testament to my life achievements, enthralled by the elegant, pleasant, and even transcendent design invented by Thomas S. Kirkbride. I made sure the spot, atop a peaceful cliff surrounded by distant mountains and the pristine allure of the ocean, was suitable for the healing properties of his proposed plan. It was a strict requirement of my project that the proposed plot of land be untarnished by the presence of people. Only the elemental quality of perpetual woods would complement such majestic architecture. Thanks to the help of powerful contracts I gained through long-standing relationships with the finest professionals in the world of medicine, Hanwell Mental Institute soon became a beacon of inspiration and promise for the treatment of mental health problems. Its purpose is to house the largest number of patients in any building of its kind to date. Contrary to certain delineations made by Kirkbride, I hold that a thriving community is key for mentally ill people to succeed in their hopes of being reintegrated into society. This is my realm. Here we shall make an effort to eradicate the elements of the human mind. Okay. Well, history's got the 1 on it. Someone seemed to have scribbled something on the cover of this book. Okay. Another collection of books unrelated to my search. Well, I'm sorry I didn't find the right book. Some days ago, I casually read a newspaper article about Dr. Walter Hanwell, a general surgeon with extensive knowledge of mental illness, who recently founded his own hospital for the insane. In his impassioned words, I could sense a sincere concern about the consequence of mind disorders. In that same article, Hanwell's notable technological advancements in the field, a discipline in which antiquated practices are often ingrained, elicited a feeling of excitement that I hadn't experienced for a long time. I think I read this before. The fine trajectory of this kindred spirit compelled me to write him a letter, just enchanted as I was about ongoing problems in my local medical center. Dr. Hanwell responded, soon I expected we exchanged various experiences. Bop, dictate the rest of my career, greatly increasing reports of developmental abnormalities, consequence of a degenerate society. Yeah, I did read this. I remember laughing about, like, it's society that's degenerating. That's why people are going crazy. Degenerates. Castle of the Forest. It looked like some fairy tale. Just another collection of random books. Okay, so history had a 1. Conspiracy against the human race. Didn't seem like an appropriate read for this gloomy night. Could be. There's a 3 in psychology. Books with numbers on them. Is there a 2 somewhere? This one. Country psychology. Physiology. Very curious. Any books on the side? About this side. They made a point when I looked at them. These books were numbered in a strange way. It all seemed disarranged, lacking any kind of system. I mean, maybe it doesn't mean anything because there's one there. There's a set of books back there that's 3. Yep, I read that. I'm just reading more into it. Okay, so there was nothing more in here that I found that told me anything. Yeah, no getting in there. Where could I find a greenhouse? Where would I dump the acid? And why?
Hi, Julia. Look, here's the valve.
Stand back!
What?
What are those dogs doing sniffing at my feet?
Dogs? Where?
Can't you see I've lost control?
Hold your breath. Count to 5.
Give me steam!
What a weird night.
What? What does that even mean? Some weird steam valve reference? Okay.
See you later, Julia.
What if I show the doctor the valve? It's like, hey, I gotta do the water work. I think everybody else is gone. That's not a door, that's just a window, right? Okay. can't get in there. It's chained off. And it's not like it gives me an option to like do anything with that either. Like melt the chains or what have you. There was a lock in the boiler room, but like I think that's just a reference to scratches. I don't think that actually goes anywhere or does anything. Back. Really isn't anyone else to talk to. Is that the popular drug of their time? What's that, the hydrochloric acid? I don't know what, I don't even know like what time this is. Like it's vague. It's vague on what time period this is set in. It has to be somewhat modern because they have like tape recorders and stuff.
Dr. Miller?
What is it that...
Just...
All right.
What do you make out of this?
That's crude and lowly. I prefer to work with finer instruments.
Okay.
Do you know what kind of fluid this is?
That's hydrochloric acid. It can kill you. You shouldn't be carrying that thing around.
Is that strong?
Hmm?
Extremely. It's capable of melting down metal surfaces, such as iron and steel. Because of its chemical composition, though, it won't react with copper.
Very interesting.
That is interesting.
Careful,
I assume I will need that at some point. It won't react with copper.
I'll be on my way.
That's curious, because these things are made of copper, are they not? I feared that I'd also be forgotten, left alone to die, putrefy in this deadly place. On close inspections, evidently these cages were meant to host rodents for who knows what hideous experiments. Aha. All right. Well, wait. Actually, no. If it's copper, then like.
Please don't touch the equipment.
Wow. If I get a syringe.
Please don't touch the equipment.
Probably have to wait till he's gone to get in here.
We have expensive things in here. Stay away from that. Please don't touch the equipment.
Okay. Right. Why I just thought like, oh, I can use it here, but then it's like they're copper. He specifically said it wouldn't affect that. Oh, why would that work? Also, if he's in here, I can't do anything, which implies that at some point he will leave here. Insect repellent. Okay. Get through all of this. All right, now we read that. Windows shattered, allowing a cold breeze to chill the room. Another windows here survived a long period of neglect. Another dirty and broken window. What a sad state for this once beautiful solarium. Other things considered treating fines. Yep. Okay. Water lines in here. I don't want to come in here. Need to look at the map. Curious. Down that east external hallway. There's like a dome here, but that's got to be the because we go down these stairs. There's a laundry room, and then yeah, that's the what do you call it? The courtyard. All right, let me take a look. Wait, look for a hint. Okay, did all this. We got that box. Oh. Well, maybe I don't. I need to get in the septic tank. Let's see here. What's this thing? It was telling me to go to the ground floor to find the key. That. Go back down to the ground floor. Turn right, enter the second door on the left. Head back down to the ground floor. Turn right, enter the second door to the left to find the key again. Where's the ground floor? the basement. It's the first door. Can we get in here? There's that. Boiler room. One of those pouring on pipes for decoration at this point. Okay. This guide is not very clear, and I don't know. I don't know what they're saying. Weird. Not very clear. The screenshot is just like a random room with a door. Door on the left. What does that mean? All right, this looks like the door. I hear water. Oh, gross. Okay. Just a pile of dirt. I'm pretty sure this is the room. Is it because I turned water off? Did I outsmart myself? Am I blind? I didn't see nothing here. All right. Look at the drain again. Where was that damn wind-up key? current was strong, carrying the wind-up key somewhere else. Seem to imply it's just lying in the dirt. If I end up not having to go in the sewer, I mean, it's like I have prematurely solved the issue. Part of the issue of those pipes, but I may have caused myself other problems, perhaps. There's not another door there. Couldn't be here. Wouldn't make much sense. That broken bathroom would make some sense, but I still didn't see, like, where exactly did it come out there? I mean, it looks like the screenshot that they show here, but they just show a door. On a blue wall. It's not very descriptive. So what does it say? Turn right, enter second door to the left. But where would you turn right from? Like if you head down to the ground floor and turn right, there's no door there. Did AI write this? Yeah, there's just nothing there. There's nothing there. Do I gotta wait for something? Do I gotta trigger something else? What's the deal? That's the library. Oh, it's that room. But that shouldn't be. Although it would be weird if it went that way, but this is the same. That's the laundry room. Which, strictly speaking, is like right on top. Dirty clothes waiting to be washed. All right. Let me get through this this really unclear. Hooks. Key. We need to track down the key now. Head back down to the ground floor. Turn right. And the second door to the left. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. the stuff. What's up, Joshua? How's it going? I'm scoping through this because I'm kind of trapped. Looking for a key. Oh, I just remembered. I don't know what's going on here. So the other guy didn't really mention anything useful for this. So the water closet up here. God, this is why I have to look, because I saw this last time. There's a drain down there, and there's the key. And I remember thinking last time, I'm probably going to have to flush something with this sink. Maybe I will need, because it had like the tool function when I turned it on. Maybe I'm going to need to have something to block that up. But it turned out that tool function was cleaning the syringe. And so I came in here and cleaned the syringe earlier. I stopped thinking about it. But last time when I was playing this, I made a comment that like, oh, hey, this is gonna like, I'm gonna have to flood this out. So then that overflows it. Okay. So now if we go downstairs, it's there. So that's why, like, this is why I need to walk through. Because I get stuck because I saw the thing that I was supposed to see, the clue, a day ago and completely forgot about it. It's because my memory sucks. I'll just put it that way. Just like in junior high school. Oh, I was spending a lot of time flushing keys in junior high, eh? There's the key. Finally the key. So wait, I spent all that time like, where's the greenhouse? How do I turn off water in the greenhouse so I can get in the septic tank? No, that's a separate thing. That's a different thing. I'm kind of ahead of where I need to be with that. Which I guess will be fine. I won't have to run all the way around, turn that water off later, unless it turns it all back on somehow. All right, let's go back downstairs and visit our friend. Oh, he's not downstairs. He's just right here. All right. Let's wind it up. Now, what is he drawing? What on earth is he drawn? What am I looking at here, man? Bertrand had drawn a strange pattern on the floor. I felt like I had seen it before, and while it was a simple drawing, it overwhelmed me with a sense of dread and despair. What am I looking at, Bertrand? What am I looking at? Bertrand returned to his eternal trance, like nothing ever happened. That's very odd, Bertrand. I don't know what to say. Okay, well. Boom! Dawn of the final day.
Psst. Hey.
Hey! Lenny!
Lenny, what are you doing here?
I was cleaning the showers, and I heard something. What were you doing inside that cell?
I saw something very strange. I can't explain it yet. However, a picture is beginning to form in my head, but there's still a lot I don't understand.
Maybe I can help you.
You can? Please tell me how, Lenny. I'm growing more and more desperate by the minute.
Help me puncture my brain.
Have a key?
Oh, yeah!
I took it a long time ago, before they released us from the Institute, around the time of the event.
A key for what?
Can I trust you?
Oh, sure.
Of course you can, Lenny. And I trust you as well.
All right. This is the key to Dr. Hawthorne's office.
Ooh.
He knew things. There was chaos all around, and nobody saw me when I took the key and locked his office.
Nice.
Dr. Hawthorne, of course. Ebis Baker mentioned him in one of her recordings. He was quite close to the head director, right?
Yes. He kept secrets inside his office. You should look inside.
Oh, nice.
Thanks, Lenny. This is hugely helpful indeed.
Oh, one more thing.
Yeah.
I was never able to enter the head director's office. None of the keys I took while cleaning worked. I think Hawthorne kept that key with him.
So Hawthorne's office may lead me to Hanwell's office? Interesting. Well, here we go.
Here's the key. And good luck.
Great. All right, let's go fish around some offices. We're gonna just do a little, everyday B&E here. Good friend there. I have a feeling I'm going to be operating a brain scooping device on him. Either on him or myself. I'm not quite sure yet. One of us is going to get our brain scooped. Thanks to Lenny, I had access to Hawthorne's office. And when I give these back to Bruno, I'll have the key again. As if to foreshadow hideous revelations awaiting inside, the first drops of rain began to fall when I trespassed into Dr. Hawthorne's office. It seemed like no one else had been here in a long, long time. The ocean still loomed outside, its hypnotic ebb and flow, presaging further horrors that no doubt awaited me. Dr. Ellis Hawthorne, psychiatrist. One thing was certain. He had an impressive career in his field. It's too bad when he got shot in the Nakatomi Plaza. He should not have messed with Hans Gruber. An antique sofa which conferred a sense of importance, matching the sober decorations in the room. While the sofa seemed comfortable, I was quite tired. Sitting down was not an option. Hemorrhoids, huh? Oh, they're digging into this man. Let me get a big old slab of chest meat there. More notes. Confrontation in the psychiatric. No record of the venerable Hanwell Mental Institute would be complete without an account of Dr. Ellis Hawthorne, companion, trusted associate, and loyal confidant of Walter Hanwell. Dr. Hawthorne's abrupt addition to the staff of the esteemed mental hospital was not without its share of controversy. He was an inscrutable character who, to the astonishment of many, quickly joined the highest ranks of the personnel list, skipping over roles held by established and arguably more qualified colleagues in the process. Dr. Hawthorne's accomplishments in the field of mental health are, for a noteworthy physician, meager at best. He rose to a certain level of public regard thanks to his imposing personality and stern countenance rather than distinct achievements, as he had a formidable presence that allowed him to immediately command the attention of everyone in a room simply by entering it. His signature neat black suit paired with his cold, guileful gaze inspired equal measures of respect and fear in his peers. Rumors among those who were acquainted with the Institute's founder insinuate that Walter Hanwell's seemingly friendly, almost fatherly demeanor worked against him when it came to achieving his own ardent goals. It is speculated that this is the reason he chose to partner with Dr. Hawthorne, who soon proved to have more manipulative, ruthless ways of managing Hanwell Mental Institute. Over time, the grisly details of Dr. Hawthorne's practices began to surface. Many colleagues were horrified. Others who knew him well, less so. Testimonies told that Hawthorne often engaged in heated quarrels with other staff members at the Institute. Nurses, who chose to remain anonymous, claimed that medical instruments previously thought to be lost would appear scattered around his office. While it's not unusual for a physician to work with dangerous tools such as scissors and scalpels, it is far from common to find them mishandled in an unsterilized environment. Nonetheless, this particular form of misconduct in Dr. Hawthorne's career could not be confirmed and was dismissed as malicious gossip from disgruntled employees. Dubious stories of patients secretly taken to his office late at night have not been verified either. Well. It was a selection of books on philosophy. Dr. Hawthorne seemed to have many erudite interests. I'm afraid my colleague Anne has elected to take an inferior direction in her career. I try to be open-minded while considering new ideas, but my goodwill doesn't extend so far as to resorting to shortcuts when it comes to the advancement of the healing arts. As much as I can fathom the notion of an integral approach, contemplating the impact of emotions on our behavior, biology is definite. Our physical body reacts to physical impulses. We could spend ages assessing the mind's response to kind words, but ultimately it's the configuration of our phenotypes that matters. One cannot possibly identify a subcortical disorder by means of a conversation. The direct stimulus of cells will always secure the path to success when dealing with an obvious alteration to the brain. Yet, Ebersbacher insists on her holistic approach, which inevitably devolves into a waste of time. Our society is crumbling. Swift action is necessary, and in the case of this establishment, we are also spending valuable resources, which are dwindling every day, on horror theories. Since I was hired at Hanwell Mental Institute, I've had the good fortune to work with various unique patients, investing a great deal of time in learning about their issues. Many of these are behavioral complications deeply rooted in their minds without a clear solution. Miserable subjects exhibiting a debased attitude who couldn't possibly fit in the world of civilized men. I find value in dedicating efforts to those without real hope, patients unable to produce a single neural transmission that results in a meaningful stream of thought productive to society. But phony misfits who merely demand attention, the paranoid, the lonely, who mistakenly confuse the cacophony of modern life assaulting our senses each day with actual mental problems. Ebersbacher can fritter her hours away as much as she wants. My issue is the money involved. In the end, our existence is a biological accident. It's the glorious expression of our genetic material that confers meaning to our lives, and the only tried and proven way to deal with the elements of our bodies is via the practice of standard medicine, and thus a shattered brain can only be fixed by physical means. Yeah, you just get some glue in there. It'll fix it right up. This guy sounds great. What have we here? I got a key. That was right. This was the key to the director's office, which was now in my power. Oh, I've got more film to play. When I said this guy sounds great, what I really mean is he sounds like a big piece of crap. He sounds insane. Especially when it's like, our society is crumbling. Sure, buddy. Whereas I am about recording such notes on paper, Walter insisted that we thoroughly document these experiments for the benefit of our research. It's true that the process of writing in a journal allows one to more efficiently collect thoughts and ideas, make sense out of them. However, I'll have to strengthen security measures. To begin with, I've asked the janitorial staff to refrain from cleaning my office. At first, we tried straightforward questions. What did they see? Could they hear any sounds? How large is the chamber? Oh, I don't like the sound of this. Yet they seem to have no recollection of the encounter. Next, we follow with a set of more specific inquiries. What is the being inhabiting the chamber? Does it look like an animal? Can you describe its shape? Did it move? Nothing worked. Their minds are completely blank, as if that moment was erased from their memories. However, there's no question that whatever happens inside the chamber provokes a severe reaction in them. The procedure is rudimentary, to say the least, but effective. We tie a rope around each patient's waist and push them inside, resisting the temptation to gaze beyond the threshold with all our might. It's hard to tell from our vantage point next to the doorway what transpires in the interior, but we don't sense any movement. Apparently, the patients remain still or are paralyzed even. After a few minutes, we firmly pull the rope and haul them out. Bruises are inevitable as they hit the ground, but there's no better way of doing this. They don't react to any stimulation while in that chamber. Walter then uses the device to lock that strange door. He's far more knowledgeable than me on such esoteric matters. Oh boy. We believe what the patients experience is unbearable fear. Our initial guess that they were becoming paralyzed was correct after all. It's like they shut down in the presence of that blasphemous form before them. The human brain is such a marvelous organ. Even their deeply damaged minds react to protect them when they're in danger. As we drag them out of that ancient room, we can discern an expression of absolute dread on their faces. Insane or not, human emotions are still the same, yet they return to their old selves shortly afterward as we drive them back upstairs. I now understand what we must do. The goal is to instill fear. Their minds are clearly processing the visual information. The theory is that if we are able to reproduce the conditions of the encounter, we should be able to recover details about it. Even if one patient is unable to describe it all, we could piece together a more accurate picture from multiple recollections. Our current approach is savage. We subject them to extreme situations in hopes of prompting a reaction. I'm not proud of blatantly beating someone like some goon, but the promise of the knowledge and purpose concealed in that chamber is too powerful and supersedes my dignity. However, these methods aren't working. They react to pain, they cry and scream, but they don't do anything else. It's not true fear. We are not replicating the conditions well enough. This afternoon, I spoke with Ebersbacher about the regression she's observing in Group E. Of course, I had to play the fool, but her incessant babbling formed an idea in my mind. For instance, H has pyrophobia. The mere thought of fire or talking about it makes him tremble in fear. Ebersbacher recalled an instance during one of her therapy sessions in which a patient casually said something random about firefighters, and H instantly became agitated, tears rolling down his face. It's like Dr. Vink from his soup with his soup. Ready for the dark? Yeah. Following this revelation, I took him to the boiler room. The incandescent red glow from the incinerators, the shadows flickering on the walls, and the intense heat emanating from every corner in the room caused a wild reaction in him. I proceeded to question him about the encounter, and finally an actual detail emerged. He simply said, "Big." But it's not enough. More stimulation is required. Further efforts have involved more extreme measures. Simply placing the gas burner in front of him provoked a state of shock, not unlike what we surmise occurs within the walls of that room. Poor soul, H can't grasp that an industrial incinerator is far more dangerous than a small laboratory burner, but who am I to judge his emotions? However, that state of fear wouldn't allow me to press on. He didn't respond to any of my inquiries, just kept silently staring at the flame, so I moved the burner closer to his chest. Leveraging their fears is indeed the key. We managed to obtain much more information from these new sessions than from all our previous efforts. A picture is beginning to form. JC, afraid of the dark. LH, brittle bones. RB, sexual act. BL, denigration. I don't know who BL is. Because I know H. Is BL me? Because LH is Lenny. JC is Crawford. RB is, what was her name, Rebecca? Or is that, I think that's who it was, but I thought she had a different name. BL. I don't know BL. So we'll have to look at the patient records. We're still missing one, which is probably my own patient record.
This is the next subject. Yes, we may proceed. Leave it to me. Hello, Leonard. Do you remember me? I'm Dr. Hawthorne.
Oh no, poor Leonard.
What do you want? Well, you may not remember this, but yesterday you went inside a place, a big room. We need to know what happened in there. What did you see?
I don't remember.
You need to make a big effort to remember, Lenny, or unpleasant things may happen.
Oh damn. Jeez.
There was a tunnel, but not ours. Things looked
When
different.
horror games are like recording
The
themselves
smell,
talking.
oh, such a bad smell.
It's a useful like plot device to divulge like lore and information.
What happened?
It's the same like people journal things they probably would never journal,
At the
but
end
it's
of the
useful to
tunnel,
spread that information to the
I
player.
entered a room.
I appreciate it.
Oh, my head was in pain. So much pain.
Describe that room for me.
I don't want to go back. I don't want to remember.
But at least this is like they're trying to gather
Describe that
clinical
room.
evidence, so it makes sense within the story for them to do it. It's not that outlandish.
So large. The walls are strange, with shapes I've never seen, and there's a glow everywhere. And in the center,
What is at the center of the room?
What indeed?
no,
What did you see?
my head is pounding.
Think. Remember.
No.
Oh boy. Oh no.
You must remember, Lenny, for our sakes.
Oh jeez, they're breaking his bones.
What did you see in the room?
Oh god. It's like the
Recorder until he's ready to speak again.
that voice, which I'm sure is the director in the background saying, keep going, reminds me of the Milgrew experiments. Is it Milgrew? I mean, let me double check the name. These set the standard for ethical violations. Milgram. Also, the Milgram shock experiment. I don't know if any of you have heard of this. So there's videos you can watch of this, and so basically what it is here's this experiment in the 1960s, conducted by Stanley Milgram. And you would come into the experiment, and there would be a subject in the other room, depending on the setup, that you could hear but possibly not see. But there would be a subject connected to a device, and you would be instructed that they're part of this experiment, and you would ask them questions, and if they would answer the question incorrectly, you would shock them. with an increasing voltage of electricity. And then there would be the person conducting the test who would sit behind you and just kind of like instruct you to go on. And the person getting shocked would increasingly display like a pain response. They'd start begging you to stop, right? They'd start complaining about a heart condition. And eventually they'd stop responding altogether. And then what people would do in the experiment, when people would beg to stop, they'd look back at the person running it and they would say, keep going. No, keep going. The experiment must continue. Keep going. And the person would complain, like, I have a heart condition. I think I might have a heart attack. And they're like, I don't know, this guy's got a heart condition. Like, no, keep going. It's perfectly safe. Trust me, it's perfectly safe. It's fine. Keep going. And then the person stops responding and it's like, they could be dead. Like, no, keep going. You have to keep going. So the point of the experiment was the person asking the questions and hitting that button, they were the subject. The other person isn't actually getting electrocuted. They're acting. So if you walk into it and you're asking these questions of the other person, then shocking them, you're hitting that button when they get it wrong, you are the test subject. And they're testing people's participation and like willingness to obey orders and their obedience to authority. But like they had so many issues with it afterwards that were like, no, you can't do this. You messed people up, because people left this thinking, I think I killed somebody. I can't believe that I just kept going just because some dude in a lab coat said do it. But a lot of people just kept going because someone in authority was saying, no, it's fine, do it. No, I'm telling you, you have to do it. You have to do it. You can't refuse this. You must do it. So that's what that voice that came on there, that's the first thing I thought of, the little voice in the background. Keep going. Because if you watch the video, if you look on YouTube, you can find videos, I think they're probably still up there, of the Milgram experiments. And you'll hear a voice off camera who's just very deadpan, like, no, keep going. I went and said no immediately. Yeah, because like there's different variations where like the person's in another room and you can hear them, but you can't see them. And then they would move the person for like the next setup. They'd bring the person into the room. They could be sitting right next to you. And people would still carry through it just because someone in authority kept telling them to do so. It's messed up. It's messed up. Poor Letty, man. Like, I feel like there's one aspect of this, which is, you know, none of these books are going to help me. Yeah, that's reasonable. One aspect of it is whatever they were subjected to downstairs, like down in the basement, right? The next aspect of it is what these doctors subjected them to try to get information out of them. Who knows which is worse? Found one, 1963. Yeah, it's pretty some pretty screwed up stuff. Oh wow, the thunder and the lightning, baby. Ooh, it's pretty lit up. All right, let's go back upstairs. Because now I got the key to the other office. We should be able to get up there. I went too far. I wonder what all this stuff with like the slide for the microscope and the brain stamp, is that going to come up? Plus 50 mold rads. Yeah, isn't it enough that you've exposed them to all the devil mold in the basement? The Cthulhu mold, right? And now you're gonna beat on them and burn them. 2 a.m. Well, that was short. I don't know if did I miss something? At last, I found myself at the heart of the institute, the director's office. Was it going to find inside the answers I was desperately seeking? It's pretty surprisingly short. We got the film too. Oh, I should go watch that. Before I do that, let's go watch the film because I forgot about that. Hopefully. Whoa! Uh-oh. Oh, something bad happened with that lady's baby. With that lady and or her child. That's Rebecca. Oh, I think Lenny's the only one we're missing. I'm wrong. It's Bertrand. Bertrand was BL. So I don't think I was. I don't think I was one of these patients. I don't think I was a patient in this group. Maybe not. Because we got Rebecca's. Yeah, it was RB. Will Hodgins, that was H. Was it on that list? So this is Lenny. So we're still missing Lenny's paperwork there. That's downstairs. This one? Yep, here we go. I wonder when we'll find Lenny's deal. Yeah, just pour acid on it. That's what we want. There we go. Oh. Oh God. Oh God. Or we're gonna have to go down in that grate. There's probably gonna be someone crazy down there. Oh, I'm not looking forward to that. I'm not looking forward to that. Scary Terry. Scary Terry is down in the sewer grate. Scary Terry shanking Sam. Could be any one of them. I love that picture. Ah! Oh! I'm gonna have to look up what that painting is to see if I can get a print of it, because that would look real nice. I'd get a real chuckle out of that hanging up in my office. Papers, please. There's a lot going on here. There's a lot to take in. Right over your bed. Definitely put it somewhere where, like, every morning I could wake up and look over and see it. Just like, he's poking that man in the face. I don't know if anybody's ever commented, and they probably can't see it in the background, but nobody's ever commented on the artwork I managed to salvage before the bankruptcy court took it. I got it stashed here in my streaming closet. It's very fun. I think really exemplified a lot of the Jumington Dynamic ethos. We had, you know, in their heyday in our main office, we had quite a bit of artwork put up. It was very nice, but this one was very special to me. But keep an eye out for it the next time I'm in the chatting screen. You might catch a glimpse. I'm gonna take a quick break one last time before we clear through. It's gonna be a little bit longer. It's 2 a.m. I think I read that the game goes till 3 a.m. I think there's something behind it. So I think we're getting close to the end, but I don't know how much that all is involved. We're close enough that I feel like I just want to power through this. So I'll be back in I say that I want to power through it, but first I'm going to take a break. I mean, I don't want to split off another stream, I don't think. Good evening, Anochi. What's going on? You walked in just as I was about to step away for a second. And that's me was in here last night. Yeah, seemed to be enjoying Asylum, which is very good. I recommended Scratches, which is their previous game that they'd put out. It's a bit of a cult classic. I quite enjoyed it. It's very atmospheric. Things are getting pretty spooky here. We just found out some awful, torturous stuff going on to the patients here, and apparently there's some sort of eldritch menace downstairs in the basement. So we got that going for us. The good news is I didn't have to climb in a septic tank. The bad news is I'm probably going to have to climb in a septic tank, possibly extract brain meats from my own head. So we got that to look forward to. But I'm just taking a quick breather for a minute or two, and then I will return and we will charge through to the rest of Asylum, which has been quite enjoyable. Stay tuned, and I will be back. get back to it. What terrible secrets does the doctor hide in his office? Let's find out. All these drawers were shut tight. Nothing here for me. How do you know? Yes. It may have been the painting of a renowned artist, but it felt like a sadistic act of torture. I mean, it does. Look at his face. Look at it. Look, he's so happy. He's so happy about the poking. Boy, that takes me back. Good old days. Yeah. I wonder if that's that's foreshadowing to getting my brain extracted. Title: Goblin Pokes a Man. He's kind of goblin-esque. Like his little fist. Like everything about that man. Papers, please. Probably Jum. Could be. We prepared to delve deeper into the tunnel. Ellis had a few words with the security staff, playing the bad cop as usual and warning them about patients often going missing, while I returned them to their cells. Afterwards, as things went quiet, we grabbed a lantern each and scouted out the regions beyond the crevasse. The smell was nearly unbearable as we traversed the tunnels. I could recognize the handiwork of our motley crew in carving out the walls, but suddenly the shape, or rather texture, of the tunnel began to change. It was still man-made, dare I say, but yet different. Clearly the result of more crude tools. The rocks had developed a shiny, slippery surface massaged by the history of who knows how many countless centuries, millennia. As we stepped forward, we noticed curious patterns on the stone walls, and also objects such as pots, effigies, and other fragments scattered on the ground, which were covered by a layer of spongy moss. Somehow, a whole ecosystem has survived within these underground, prehistoric walls. I pondered the deeper secrets that could be concealed within the bowels of this towering cliff. When I grabbed one of the items on the floor, my eyes were dazzled by a craftsmanship unlike anything I've seen in my life. Not even in specialized publications or museums. It felt strangely alien, with hints of human crafting, yet at the same time it was not quite human. When I showed a weird sculpture to Ellis, he seemed more excited than I expected and urged me to move forward. We resolved to move these fascinating objects to a location where we could properly research them. We both agreed that the third floor of the hospital, currently in disuse, would be a suitable spot. Needless to say, there was a mutual agreement to keep this find from the rest of the staff. The continued investigation of these newfound underground tunnels are far more important than the remodeling of the building. Ellis warned me about expenses and such, but I dismissed such mundane considerations. Words aren't enough to convey my excitement. My hands are shaking with adrenaline as I transcribe this account. What we found at the end of that tunnel, it is beyond our comprehension. An ultimate glorious secret right here beneath us. Ellis, impetuous as he is, motioned for us to go in, but I caught a glimpse of his presence, which was enough to paralyze my body and mind for what seemed like an eternity. Yet a fleeting moment must have passed as I grabbed Ellis's arm and ordered him to stop. We cannot go in. Our rational minds wouldn't be able to stand it. The same patients from Group E as before are the key to making progress. It's nothing short of a miracle that our financial woes prompted us to resort to using our own patients to conduct the work rather than a professional construction crew. The patients have no idea what we found, and even if they spoke out, who would believe them? Tunnels, weird smells, strange artifacts? An idea is forming in my head. I'm sure Ellis will agree. It turns out their fears are more useful than we thought. They've helped us come closer to the entity. I've no other words to describe him now. No rational mind can withstand his sight. After all, what do we know about reality? It's all merely electric impulses traversing our neurons. But if an alien being operates beyond the limits of our comprehension, those impulses would fry our brains, unless our minds aren't operating correctly to begin with. They are indeed able to visualize something we couldn't possibly process with our sane minds. The fear they experience when they enter that chamber is evidently unbearable, according to their own testimonies, even worse than long-standing fears from their own past. yet something sticks in their damaged brains. We are unable to recover that information unless we somehow reproduce the same emotional conditions as those the patients had upon entering the chamber. So far, we've been able to recover one piece of knowledge from each one by stimulating them to experience their past fears using various methods. If we put everything together, then maybe. An unexpected turn of events. All patients presented to the entity have developed an anomaly. Something physical has changed in them. As far as we can tell, they're all developing brain tumors. Why this is happening, we can only guess, but the evidence is unquestionable. Is it that even their damaged minds can't withstand the glorious sight of the being underneath? Or is there a deeper meaning behind this alteration in their physiognomies? I'm struggling with this word. I'm sure I have said this word before, but the letters are combining to burn my brain out. Physiognomy. I'm overpronouncing the G. It's throwing me off. Physiognomies. It was so simple. It was so simple. Physiognomies. We have no choice but to further investigate these tumors, yet we can't do it alone. The extracted tissues must be subject to standard procedures and thus thoroughly analyzed by our pathologists. For obvious reasons, the source and nature of the masses can't be disclosed. We can't just drop them on the tables either, as questions would be asked. It's a blessing as it is that the scrub is working properly and leaves no scar, but we can't push our luck. Ebersbacher is growing suspicious. We toyed around with the idea of firing her, but that might draw attention that we can't afford right now. What's up, Lampshade? Late night stream? Yeah. We're getting near to the end. I'm not going to say close, because I don't know how close it is, but we're quite a ways through, and I think we only have a little bit left, so I'm going to see if I can charge through the rest of it. But welcome in. Good to see you. Ellis had the brilliant idea of stimulating tumor growth in the same rodents already assigned to oncology. It's another fortunate coincidence that they're genetically similar enough to humans. Soon they will be studied, and we'll get the information we desperately need. Ellis will take note of the identification tag and watch the team closely. We established that for a tumor to manifest, one must remain in his presence for a certain period of time. Still, I asked Ellis to subject me to a brain biopsy after my fleeting glimpse of those unfathomable shapes during our first time in that tunnel, just to be sure. I'm safe. Something isn't right. The patients, they're acting differently. It's difficult to pinpoint in what manner. They simply don't feel the same. Last night, H was found lost in the basement, and we didn't take him there. Also, L is known to experience absent seizures, but today I observed him in the yard, and he spent many hours just staring at the ground below him. They act as if... No, that can't be. Why would they? We must do something, and soon. Ebersbacher is bound to notice. I'll have Ellis recommend shock therapy in the case of L. We risk an uproar, but there's no other option. My worst fears have been confirmed. There is very possibly something wrong inside me. Yet if that was the case, was there any solution at my disposal? The first step was to confirm the tumor was real. So now we gotta dig around in our brains. So, look forward to that. They look like ordinary annotations. Okay. This game likes to give me lots of things to poke around in just to tell me, nah, ain't nothing. But it does make it feel like I'm actually searching for something. Because if you walked in and there was just this paper and nothing else, then you haven't really searched okay, I found the paper. But if there's desk drawers and stuff to go through, maybe there's something in there. Start digging in your brain, twin. I will. All right, let's move along. That looks like something, but maybe it's not anything. I can't read it, so it must not be anything. An elegant urn, which hopefully didn't contain any sort of cremated remains. The director seemed to have a captivating collection of art. The director seemed to have a captivating collection of art. Okay. Walter Haddenwell. The elegant fireplace was a neat match for the style of the room. An impressive desk occupied a large section of the room. It looked quite tidy, almost as if it had been used recently. Interesting. A large collection of books, mostly focused on the topics of surgery and psychiatry. Ooh. The human mind. What's on the back? Anything? I wonder if this is one of those books that's bound in human flesh. It could be. Delicious flesh. I couldn't make out what these jars were filled with or why they were in the office in the first place. A decoration made of marble crowned the shelf. A cozy coffee table decorated the corner of the office. She's got like a jar of green goo there, though. It must have been quite the honor to display all these framed diplomas. All right, well, let's be off to the brain machine. Let's get to digging. Beep-a-dip-up. I can go talk to that doctor again, but I don't know what we're gonna get from it. Let's dig in our brain first. I've been itching to scratch my gray matter for a little while now. Machine's on, set appropriately. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, ooh. Oh, jeez. Oh. I mean, that's about what eye surgery is like. Well. Oh, is this how I'm going to see everything for the rest of the game? God, I hope not. After the biopsy, the compartment on the back of the machine was filled with plasma. My own. All right. Let me get my hastily, quote-unquote, sterilized needle. The syringe was now holding a somewhat sticky fluid with a red tinge. I was supposed to realize this had come from inside my head. Microscope is now ready to examine any small object or organic material. I need a slide for this. I've been carrying one around for a while now. And there we go. I inserted the glass side in the microscope. No, not the wheel. There we go. That didn't deserve my attention. What do you mean it didn't? Let's take a look. Butterfly in my brain. You can make me insane. Oh, yeah. We got the brain bugs. Was there a doctor on chat to actually this? Now, please. Something was missing, so I took the glass slide again. Microscope is now ready to examine any small object or organic material. What do you mean something was missing? What's wrong? What more do you need? All right. Let's go compare it with a subject. They had him in the museum. Maybe, okay. They had that rat there. What if I could just syringe the rat? No, not this way. Oh yeah, brainworms too. They like to get in there deep. Make a fine meal out of your gray matter. Delicious, delicious mammalian brains. Let's see if the doctor is in. He is not, which is what we desire. Okay. All right. Can I syringe this? No, this wouldn't help me open the cage. Oh, okay. Well, what about the acid? There we go. Okay. Was that the thing? All right, well, that doesn't... Oh, boy. I enjoyed my brain. Didn't like the wrinkles. It ironed my brain, didn't like the wrinkles. Kept the worms, though. You gotta keep the worm. They'll tell you things, useful things about yourself. Man, we really just melted that dead rat. I'm not sure if that's what was supposed to happen, but there seemed to be a metal tag next to the rat with some kind of label on it. Okay, TPT 091. All right, I know what that means. Okay. Well, I think I just melted straight through the desk. All right, that was the thing. I was kind of worried that maybe we weren't supposed to melt the rat, but I guess we were supposed to melt the rat. Poor guy. Well, he was already dead and also infected with Cthulhu brain worms, so in a way, that's the best case scenario for it. What's up, Dum Drum? I saw you here earlier, Dum Drum, but I think your message got bonked and I didn't even see what it was. Good to know. Okay. So let's place our slide down. Not the wheel. Yes. All right. Let's get some tweezers. Where's 091? Whatever that meant. Which is funny, if you look through these, this is all they say. Label reads TPT 102. TPT 48 was written on it. It's a TPT 152. TPT 071. TPT 091, whatever that means. So I had like pretty much immediately decided that it would have to be this sample, just because the phrasing was so different from everything else. At last, I had both samples ready to compare. All right, now I can compare my brain worms to the rat's brain worms to see who has the wormiest brain worm. Oh! Uh-oh. Oh no. No, don't do it. Oh God. Don't punch the baby. going to sleep. If you go rest stream. All right, Joshua. Thanks for dropping by. Always good to see you. You do good night's rest. And I'll catch you on the next one. Hey, tomorrow around 3 Eastern, I believe. We're gonna be watching. I don't have it scheduled yet, but be doing a watch along of Night of the Living Dead. If you're interested in watching Night of the Living Dead, 3 p.m. Eastern. I'll just have a link. You can watch it on YouTube. It's public domain. We're not going to rebroadcast it, but we'll have the chat room. We can chat. I inserted the glass slide in the microscope. All right, let's take a look. Compare our brain to the rat brain. Whose is stronger? All right. Let's see the worm. There's another worm. It's in my brain. Oh, breaking that's not gonna fix your brains. That's right, it's inside you. I couldn't believe it. I had confirmed what I feared the most. Nested deep inside my brain was an unexplainable tumor, the source of my visions and possibly the end of my sanity. What's on the task list now? Retrieve item in basement. I think that must have been the item from the video. Dr. Ellis Hawthorne was a strict authority figure at the Institute and acknowledged as Dr. Henwell's right arm. Dr. Hawthorne had frequent quarrels with Dr. Ebersbacher, the implications of which were still unclear to me. Patient's fears, finding Tonal Bertrand's symbol. Whoa! Oh God! Oh God! Oh God! I'm pretty sure she was taking a bite out of that kid, which is, well, boy, oh boy. It's like the famous painting of Kronos. That painting always makes me hungry. It's quite the sight. Yeah, well, that's what the brainworms will get you. Brainworms are not recommended for those who are pregnant or wish to become pregnant. Ask your doctor about if brainworms are right for you. They weren't right for her. No fault of hers. They kind of subjected her to it. They forced her into it. Brainworms are not right for Sky. No, they're not. For precisely those reasons. Boarded and claustrophobic. What doesn't this just feel awful up here? Why, this appears to be some sort of movie theater. He is enjoying the theater of the mind, by which I mean there's no movie, but he's obviously enjoying it. Daryl, lovable, frail bone Lenny. The theater must have been charming in its old days. Now it was pitiful and dirty. Dirty. Filthy theater. Let's creep up on him. The once classy chandelier was now a sorry feature of the theater. Yeah, I mean, the place has seen better days. I didn't need to rest. Besides, those chairs seemed like they were about to fall apart. I mean, Lenny's enjoying the show. So it can't be all that bad, right? Lenny's a good guy. Mind if I interrupt your movie, Leonard?
Lenny, what are you doing here?
I'm watching the show.
Show?
Oh.
Oh.
Why don't you sit with me and we can watch it together? It's very entertaining.
Lenny, please, you must listen to me. I have the tumor. I think you have it too, and Bertrand. We all do. Everyone in Group E.
I don't want to talk about that now.
Yeah,
Lenny.
he doesn't need to know.
Maybe it's good if we don't remember. If I was in pain, I wouldn't want to remember.
Yeah.
I prefer to be happy, like I am now.
Yeah.
My visions are getting worse. You will have them too.
Why are you doing this?
No, just leave Lenny alone.
Because I need to know, Leonard. I can't afford to lose my mind again. I want to remain in control.
Oh, this next part is fun.
Just leave Leonard to... I don't want to ask him these questions. I don't want to do this. But I gotta. A nice cover of Happy is coming soon to YouTube and Spotify. I'd pay money to hear this voice actor with this cadence play that song. Man.
Lenny, do you remember seeing a red symbol? Like a circle with...
No! Stay away!
What?
Don't go there! That symbol means bad things. The pain.
All right, Lenny. No more talk about the symbol. Lenny, what did they do to you?
I feel so bad
listened
about
to a
this.
recording.
I feel so bad
was
about this.
horrible.
Yes. Now you know.
But why?
I guess sometimes people are just mean.
Yeah.
That may be true, but there's got to be more to this. They wanted information from you. What was it?
I can't. Please, I'm too weak. You must keep looking on your own. There's something down below that they want. Only we can see it.
Who's we, Lenny?
People with mind problems?
Those maniacs tortured us in the worst imaginable way, Lenny. Leveraging our deepest fears for their own gain.
Yes. It was different for each one of us. We were scared when the burly man appeared with new burn marks. We rejected him, but then it started happening to the rest of us.
Lenny, what did they do to you?
Since I was young, my body has been weak. I move slowly because I'm afraid to break something.
Oh boy, he's Mr. Glass.
Did they?
Yes. They broke me. That's the pain.
What the hell is wrong with this place?
What is your worst fear?
My worst fear? My fear. I'm terrified of losing control, Lenny. I must know that I'm in control of my own actions. I don't want to lose my mind. Lenny, please help me.
I can't. It's too late for me.
Well.
Did you hear anything else about this? Is there anything...
No.
Okay.
Is there anything...
No.
Are you...
I'm fine, yes. I don't feel pain anymore.
Well, that's good.
Is there anything...
No.
Okay.
Lenny, I saw a film. Horrible film. They locked someone in the basement.
I don't want to hear about that, please.
Okay.
Just listen. In the film, there was an item that fell through a grate, and it seemed to be something of huge importance to the doctors. You know, the doctors that did this to us, Lenny. It happened in the boiler room.
Yes, the fire. I remember. It was so hot.
What's below the boiler room?
The sewers.
Okay. So that's why I gotta drain the septic tank.
What can you tell me?
The doctors used to come here often.
Okay.
For what purpose?
I don't know. But I think there's a secret here.
Ooh,
Time to see what
secrets.
they were hiding then.
All right, Lenny.
See you around, Lenny.
Enjoy your show, Lenny. I hope that you are okay, because, yeah, really doesn't deserve to be tortured. Ceiling collapsed, rendering a good chunk of the theater useless. Patients used to be encouraged to participate in improvised plays. Art is good for the mind, the nurses said. Alas, the stage was desolated now, like pretty much the rest of this place. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. And yet they brought him back here. They can't possibly be good. I think they're gonna torture them again, because why else would they come back? Who else would open this place, you know? Like I can guarantee that whoever's behind reopening it is just as evil. Oh, wow. Okay. A piece of cloth stained with black paint that will be used by patients to clean their dirty hands. There were many cans under the table, likely filled with dried up paint. At least the paint they didn't get on their dirty hands. Oh! It's good stuff. Many cans of paints that had been emptied a long time ago. There was no more paint inside. What will I eat? Oh no, it's him, the worm in my brain. I kept thinking to myself that art could be anything, provided it depicted a sincere human emotion without any commercial interest. Thus, even a deranged patient was more sincere than most artists these days. Sure. The boarded up windows gave the room a claustrophobic feel. I couldn't tell why, but the painting gave me a creepy feeling. Because it's creepy? Is that why? Like this. I wonder if this artwork belonged to, like, the kids, the developer was part of, like, the Kickstarter. It was a weird creation from the mind of a mentally ill patient. I don't know how I'd feel if, like, you made some artwork and they just put it in this game. Like, someone crazy made this. Like, oh no. Could not make out what it was exactly. An eye? Alright, well, I see no secrets here. Batman with a knife. Okay. As you do. Emptied easels, the sincere creations of patients thrown all around the floor. Lost dreams and hopes. Must rest my weary bones. Hope your journey goes well, Mr. Jumington. All right, Anna. Thanks for dropping by, as always. Get a good night's sleep. And I'll catch you on the next one. Thanks for dropping by, as always. And thank you for the raid, once again. Always appreciated. The workshop was a calm place driven by the queer creativity of patients. Hadwin Institute was well equipped to address all the needs of the mind. The damp stains in this wall vaguely look like the shape of a human. What does that mean? I guess working on this thing was good for the mind of the patient. Duluth. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, this has to be like a Kickstarter thing, I imagine. Didn't quite understand what this was supposed to be, but I guess art can be sometimes like that. Big D. There you go. That's how you know it's a Kickstarter thing, because you get names like that. You'll have like Joey Rodriguez. That's normal. And the next one's like Marshmallow Bacon. Okay. Some kind of clay dough, likely used for twisted artistic creations. Why do they have to be twisted? You could make a lot of stuff out of that. The drawer was stuck. Okay. I could see the movement of bugs crawling inside the furniture. I'm gonna open it then. Papers, please. No papers? All right, we're out of here. Time for me to go. Other mother furniture.
Attention, Julia and all personnel. The high-risk patient has escaped again. He is very violent, more than usual. I believe he's rushing toward the 3rd floor. Proceed with extreme caution.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Colorful window of a quaint chapel. No, I mean, that's a rusted one, but, you know, okay. You. Suddenly I heard a noise, something close to me. No, I was wondering about that strange noise behind me. Oh God. Well, what are you gonna do? Let's look around here. The pulpit was exquisitely carved and polished compared to the rest of the room. Nah, he's fine. Music wasn't going to calm him down this time. Besides, I didn't know how to play a piano. The sound of a piano might have been comforting to listen to across the deserted corridors. Sadly, music wasn't my thing. Well, I desperately needed to stop the madman somehow. I wasn't able to move these benches on my own. Benches invited one to commune with a higher power. Is there nothing here? In a rash thought, I imagined myself hurling a hefty statue toward the raving madman, but alas, there was no statue in the pedestal. A long time ago, there might have been a statue positioned here. Curious. I was hoping the madman wouldn't try to break in. I could see the main corridor from here. Can you with Shumagaras, they may save us. I don't know, man. I feel like that might go bad. What's this? No prayer would have helped me escape from that madman outside. A rosary made of wood, simple but served its purpose. Okay. No, hiding there was useless. From the vantage point of these benches, the chapel seemed much bigger than it was. Okay. Maybe with some varnish and much dedication, these seats could be used once again. Like we're hiding from this violent madman. And he's just like, you know, if you polish this up right, it'd probably be okay. Move that piano. Madman was on the other side. Okay, I was just checking. I'm just spitballing here. Try as I might, I couldn't move the cross. The straight cross was still fixing its wall after all these years, but its angle didn't convey any comfort or solace. An old pulpit and unusable. Oh. The store was open, but it seemed like a dangerous dead end inside. Okay. Thought about running away, but the corridor was long and the madman was too fast. I risked getting caught. All right, let me just No, it seemed to be a dead end. Okay. You know, it doesn't hurt to look. The madman was chasing me. I felt like one of the insects in the spider web. It was senseless to think I could escape through this window. Possibly. Hey, there's some papers. Hey, let's take a minute to read here. The fall of the Hanwell Mental Institute. As is signaled by heightening tensions, an unprecedented incident catapulted Hanwell Mental Institute into chaos and confusion. An unsupervised patient mutilated herself in the most vicious way imaginable. The exact details of the episode continue to be unclear to this day, but the remaining staff at Hanwell spoke of a grotesque scene beyond the limits of human comprehension, which prompted something akin to a rebellion within the encaging walls of the hospital. I think I'd be quiet. Word spread fast, and authorities who had already set their sights on the establishment were quick to act. Had it been an isolated affair, the conclusion to this chronicle might have been different, but the combination of disenchanted employees, wild rumors, and growing public scrutiny spelled doom for Hanwell Mental Institute. In a heartbeat, authorities swarmed inside the building with a warrant order, apparently having prepared in advance for just such an occasion. What follows next is a tale of mayhem. Documents were seized, staff members taken into custody, and much of the facility equipment shut down. In the blink of an eye, Hanwell Mental Institute simply stopped functioning. The building was evacuated almost immediately, and all of its patients were redistributed across a number of smaller but more modern facilities. Of the executive staff, Dr. Ann Ebersbacher turned out to be the most cooperative. Speaking during interviews about the oppressive nature of her working environment, Dr. Ellis Hawthorne was found in the basement of the building, seemingly attempting to evade the authorities. This fact deeply damaged his legal case, as it followed grave accusations against him from the staff that were further supported in the statements made by Dr. Ebersbacher. Is that rain I hear in the game? Dr. Hawthorne sought refuge behind a team of lawyers and continues to be embroiled in trials to this day. Dr. Walter Hanwell could not be found inside the building at the time of the raid. However, he willingly presented himself for questioning at a local police station some days after the grim streak of events. It transpired that Dr. Hanwell corroborated all of Dr. Ebersbacher's claims, thus sealing the fate of his loyal right-hand man and apparent friend, Dr. Hawthorne. Those who interacted with the once world-famous surgeon during these climactic moments were perplexed by his neglected appearance, so unlike that of the figure who once commanded so much authority and respect. No case could be built against Dr. Hanwell himself, who disappeared from public life shortly afterward, never again working in the field of medicine. More recently, a few years after the interlude of depravity that became the downfall of Hanwell Mental Institute, the possibility of rehabilitating the symbolic building has resurfaced. Once again, Dr. Ambrose Miller, who is closely acquainted with its history, has expressed interest in helming efforts to return the establishment to its glory days. I don't trust him. It was senseless to think I could escape. I didn't think I could defend myself with that. The answer to my current predicament was not in these books. Well, fair enough, fair enough. Doesn't hurt to check. Damn it, he just like wrecked this place. I think he did. Looking at those torn apart benches, I realized that could have been me. Yeah, but I mean, it wasn't, so it's fine. Astonishingly, he had been able to move this massive pulpit. I couldn't reach the cross from this spot. Okay. I had managed to block this door, but the madman could still leave the empty room using the other door. Okay. Okay. "4 a.m. Big Apple. 4 a.m. Without the madman chasing me, I readied myself to explore the rest of the topmost floor. Oh, he's big mad. Well, let's just take a look here. What am I missing? Number 3? I wonder where I can find number 3. Bunch of that missing. Missing another newspaper article. There's a report on Lenny somewhere. Okay. A scent of rare incense, or perhaps something old and arcane, almost made me stop in my tracks. Every corner of this hidden room seemed to hint at ancient secrets. What foreboding revelations were awaiting inside? Welcome back, Judd. No, I wasn't mentally prepared to delve into this sinister tome. Yeah, I don't blame you. I wonder what bizarre things had taken place inside this room. What was the purpose of this? What were they trying to accomplish? This drawing was almost exactly like Bertrand's. Had he been in this room? Did they force him to draw the symbol? I finally found the candles, Jerry. There's your scratches reference once again. It's very good. I appreciate that. Look at them bones. What was the meaning of all those bones? Well, the man was hungry. Does there need to be meaning for bones? Sometimes you're just a hungry person. The tools were rusted and useless. Okay. I feel nearly drunk at the prospect of harnessing all that power. We can't stop until his mysteries have been fully unraveled. I'm ready to exhaust all of my resources, sacrifice anything and anyone until our goals are met. This is greater than mankind itself, even greater than me. This is the right symbol. I know it. The next step is to translate the logograms, which won't be an easy task considering the poor state of the stone slabs. So many millennia, epochs of abandonment. But how? This finding predates any recorded history of scientific research. There's no written account of the servants anywhere else. I'm not even sure that's the proper translation. We are completely on our own. It's imperative that we focus on the task at hand and make no compromises if we're to succeed. We may well be the first civilized and sane human beings to ever gaze into the innards of this mountain. If what I suspect is true, what awaits inside grants the means to ultimate enlightenment, the preeminence of actuality at our disposal. Servants is far from an accurate word, but there's no better way to describe them with the meager information we found. Contrary to other ancient tribes, chief among them the so-called Dalmar, who at least had a sense of purpose in keeping a vicious god at bay, the servants sought to commune with a benign, malignant entity. I wouldn't call this a goal per se, but rather a way to exist. The servants sense, as much as their primitive nature permitted, the formidable but alluring power of the entity. To achieve this communion, these earliest beings would make use of psychoactive substances, or entheogens, as they're referred to in recent times, to reach the state of Genesthai, the true meaning of existence. Consider the implications of this fact. Sentient beings that existed long before any hint of our recorded history, or even any form of religion, had already embarked on the greatest quest of all, Entheos, the divine within, and it could be right here beneath us. Examples of entheogens include ayahuasca, peyote, and psilocybin. I never remember how to pronounce that word. It seems, as far as I can surmise, that the servers required some sort of mind shield to face the abstruse presence of the entity. This corroborates my other findings, yet I can't synthesize the prehistoric entheogens exploded by the servants. We lack that information. However, if shielding your mind is the key, then perhaps the best word I found to describe the entity is felot. Granted, there's likely a better term for it, but unable to make sense out of every glyph. The servants thought so little of themselves in the close presence of felot that they failed to name their race in any way. It's a supreme surrender of will, the epitome of self-hatred and shameful submission under the influence of a foreign power. Imagine for a moment the fate reserved for a culture of people that would surrender themselves at the behest of the preternatural being whose concerns were far detached from their own. But luckily, nothing of the sort ever happened. Whatever substances the primitive servants used, they didn't succeed in merging with this otherworldly visitor. The entire course of our history could have been so different had an inferior mind communed, and so Felot still awaits, foreboding as ever. Felot is wise, an entity enlightened far beyond our human condition, and also infinitely patient. He remains rooted within the bowels of our earth until the right vessel comes, and he is willing to wait another insurmountable passage of time until that happens, and he finally breaks free to traverse the geometry of our world. Time has no meaning to him. Of course, the lower prehistoric species couldn't have tamed this illimitable power, but I have other means. Who is in control? That's the key. We naively think that we are in command of our lives, but the fabric of modern society shapes our fate by means of overwhelming information. Our minds begin to malfunction, and thus we surrender to the unbearable noise sucking away our vitality, a dissonance perceived even on the mere page of a newspaper. Felot also makes use of noise, but it's a different kind of disturbance. He delves deep into your mind. Something, an interference, perhaps even a physical change, manifests when you face the horror. And yet, there is a distinct possibility that we can tame this power. A nascent theory provides hope. The configuration of our brains is still crude. Much as I like to believe my genes are more sophisticated than Boris' servants, not enough time has transpired to provide our brain cells the ability to grasp the essence of reality. We're still only able to process 3 dimensions. However, Phalot operates in another geometry of existence. Its visual information is too much for our minds to absorb. Yet the only way to commune with this entity is to endure his presence. It must be so old, impossible to comprehend with our earthly conception of life. Phalot must have originated from the time in which the very first stars formed. Perhaps it already existed before it all began. Ambrose is right. The way to success resides in the primordial arrangements. In fact, the distant influence of celestial bodies may have an astounding implication during the encounter. This is too much to grasp, even for a learned man like me. There's a favorable configuration and greater chance to prevail if the communion takes place at a specific hour, as we perceive time in our polyhedric coordinates. Seriously surprised that someone bought EA. What is your opinion on it? I'm not surprised. And I think that was private investor, but I also think that part of that was like the Saudi fund, which they've been buying up a lot of stuff. Don't they own like WWE now? I don't think it's worth it. I don't think it was worth what they paid. I think a lot of people are probably going to lose their jobs, which is unfortunate. But I think it's weird to me that there's so much money getting tossed around for AAA studios when they realistically don't seem to be producing like that much success relative to the amount of investment they're getting. And in my mind, all of like the bigger successes are much smaller studios. But maybe that's just because I pay a lot more attention to the smaller studios. I don't really know what their numbers look like, but they don't produce a lot of games. They take like 8-10 years to put a game out, millions of dollars. I don't know, but I'm not surprised, especially considering like you look at what Microsoft has been doing, buying stuff out. Sony tried it a little bit, buying out all the studios. I think at this point there are groups that are like feel like they should buy something just to keep it out of Microsoft's hands, or just to like not fall behind, or just because, well, if Microsoft's investing this much money, maybe it's a good investment. We'll see if it works out for them. I don't know. But also, I just don't pay a ton of attention to what EA puts out. So, it's from a business, like in job market standpoint, it matters to me. But from like their creative output, like, take them or leave them. I feel like the Wise seems our best bet. It seems less great. Give us Shumagorath. Jagan or Shumagorath. Yeah, I don't know. This guy seems. Yeah, I mean, it's cool. Like, it's cool that he's got, he's old, but like, he's kind of putting tumors in my brain. I don't like that. That's pods that inhabit our planet. They are grotesque caricatures of otherwise familiar outlines, as if some vital feature of their true physical forms couldn't be conveyed on the flat surface of these slabs. Regrettably, we don't have enough time to construct an astrolabe, so I'll have to operate with the spare details we have available. I'm in shock. The symbol itself acts like a piece of the chart. When the position is correct, it provides the zenith of the equation. It's inconceivable that servants themselves figured this out. So the symbol must be the vestige of some elemental language designed with a baffling purpose that our spatially impaired capabilities can't hope to decipher. The only way is to realize the encounter. This vermicular shape. I've seen it before. Let's see, I think I missed a slice here. First banish deemed too ineffable for the limited sensibilities of monotheistic religions, but our iterate ancestors couldn't grasp how the primal instinct of a lowly species like the servants operated, seeking meaning in the simple organisms in their era. arachnids, calypterons, millipedes, grubs, and yet the shapes of these suggested constellations don't directly correlate with the arthropods that inhabit our planet. Okay. I see. He's old and this mathematician gives you tumors. Yeah, that seems about right. Uh-huh. Interesting. Okay. Well, there's a lot going on there. Okay. Let's see what else you got here. It was an odd-looking structure, perhaps an altar of sorts, but from where? From where, indeed? Cult arts. This seemed to be an obsession. I finally found the candles, Jerry. Okay. Strange titles such as The Infamous Mysterious gave me the shivers. As much as I love books, I didn't even dare to read it. The people who spent time in this office had some macabre tastes. Books on esoteric topics that I didn't want to peruse. Don't blame you. A small statue shaped like a head. It seemed like a ritualistic thing. So, is that why? Well, Ambrose 100% knew about it. Dr. Miller, he 100% knew about it. Because he was writing with Hawthorne through all of this. Wow, he smashed this place all the hell up. So, like, he absolutely knew and is involved in all of this. Unlockable box. Buckets were dirty and empty. Dirty buckets. Hey, the greenhouse, right around the corner. Let's see, over here. Oh, that's where I came in. I think this was the passageway and ran through. From the chapel, art room. I just kind of looped around in there. Have I been in the workshop exactly? Yeah, no, I went in those. And then there's that. And this office, storage room. Deposit. There we are. Okay. All right. I'll go back to just double check. Right? Let's see our room. That's the chapel. Oh no, weird. Oh no, that's not the chapel. That was the empty room. Okay. I was able to see the whole length of the once beautiful yard from this window. The yard looked much smaller than it really was from this height. What's up there? Maybe not. Get around the corner here. Should be able to... Oh. There is no way I could move all this junk on my own. It was necessary to find another way. Damn it. Damn it. All I want is to get to the greenhouse and release my gas. My greenhouse gas. Your ozone will never recover. Thankfully, the outside world was still out there, waiting for my return. It's very optimistic of you. The door was shut tight, son of a bitch. No amount of water could save these plants. There were no traces of plants, just dried mud. Yeah. The whole state of the greenhouse was quite sad. Well, that's what happens when, like, they're only concerned with, oh, geez. You know, resurrecting elder gods and the like. The perpetual force made me feel even more isolated in this place. Imposing mountains encircled the forest surrounding the institute. It had been long since anyone took care of these plants. What is this? Multi-purpose gear lubricant. Aha. Geez, I'm hearing a lot of stuff happening out there, and it makes me nervous. I could hear the ocean from far whistling along with the wind. The soothing sound of the waves did little to calm my anxiety. Yeah, I would expect as much. It had been long since anyone took care of these plants. There's no oil left in this can. Well, no oil left in this can. Okay. Find the catacombs. There was nothing worth mentioning. Okay. I mean, there's oil in it, I hope. At least. I've got an oil can. I hope there's, like, oil in... I assume that there's oil in the can. I guess I'll find out, and they have to come all the way back up here and be like, there's no oil in this can. I can't do anything with it. Oh, what about the fates of the birds which lived in here? Hopefully they had flown away. A large bird cage. It must have taken a lot of work to attend to so many birds. I certainly hope they flew away and they didn't just... Ah, I hear you, water. The valve wouldn't turn. The spigot seemed to be rusted in place. Well. With the help of the oil, the valve turned smoothly. There's no need to use this anymore. Okay. Well, now I don't have to run around and do all that other stuff because I've already turned the water off. The door didn't even have a knob. It seemed completely stuck. Okay. Well, I assume we just head back down. The door was shut tight. Okay. Expecting a chase scene. I mean, we've got him pretty securely locked up, you know. He'll never escape that area. I mean, he could. But I believe he won't, even though he could. Wow. Yes, he's fine. Be nice if security like came and got him, but you know, what are you gonna do? I guess. Oh, then he's gone. Well. Oh, there's so many leaves here with such a strong wind punishing this section of the building. And away we go. All right, so let's look at our tasks. I'm pretty sure we're just heading down to the basement. Retrieve item in basement, find the catacombs, counters with the entity. I don't think I have anything more to say to anyone about anything. I got the brain worms. They were trying to harness the power of some sinister entity. I guess I can go see if anyone's around, you know. Like I might as well. It's always weird in these situations. Looks really weird. It's always weird in a game like this or setup like this where like there's nowhere for people to go. You know, like they have to be somewhere, and yet they'll just be gone. Well, oh, she's gone. It seemed like Julie had a lot of paperwork to do. These folders were of no interest to me. Just like the rest of the Institute, the phone, albeit stylish, was old and dusty. I wondered if the phone was still working. In any case, I had no one to call. Several scribbled notes were scattered on the desk. They were mostly uninteresting doodles that Julie had probably drawn while bored. Register of visitors. Again, that's got to be like Kickstarter folk. An elegant typewriter was sitting on Julia's desk. I was sure that was the classic model used by famed writer Michael Arthate. That's the guy from Scratches. It's a good idea to keep the coat nearby, considering the biting cold. To be honest, Julie didn't have the best taste in clothing. I don't know if was Julia real? Was she ever real? The world may never know. I suspect that perhaps she wasn't, or she was like hired. She's part of it. She may have been another patient. She may have just been a hallucination. She could have been a lot of things. I wouldn't find any of that, what I'm looking for in here. I'm just curious about some of like the last bits of paperwork that I haven't found. Like a newspaper or nope, get out of here. Get out of here. I just need to go down to the basement. But it's going to drive me crazy. Let me take a look. Let's take a look at what we got in our collection. Yeah, we're just missing number 3 on that. We're missing a bunch of stuff in this. Maybe we'll find those downstairs. No, I didn't want to. Okay. Missing one newspaper. We never found Lenny's report. Okay. I'm just curious if I can quickly find this. I don't think I can quickly find it. Keep expecting chasing. Oh, I think I saw that before. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just time to go. They've all got to be like downstairs, is my guess. It's weird that the shed is unlocked. The things that, like, there are some doors that are like, yeah, this door just won't open. Kind of accept it. It does still seem strange. It's gonna bother me, like, the reports that I did not find. I don't imagine I will actually find anybody. I imagine everybody's gone, or they're like down here preparing for this. Strange. All right. Septic tank first. We'll get the artifact. Then we can go get that minecart going. Oh, what a horrible fate this poor man had suffered. As I grabbed the curious artifact, a sense of impending doom assaulted me. 5 a.m. All times really like fun. I felt my nightmarish journey was nearing its conclusion. This weird key was bound to unlock the final answer. It's the final countdown. Yep, there it is. Both the hellish glow and the heat from the boiler room upstairs invaded the septic tank. So this poor guy was like stuck down here. I wonder what happened on the other side. Like if this was filled, then that would have been like overflowing. Yeah, whatever. That's strange. He grabbed my cosmic USB. It's my data now. Look at me, Phalot. I have the files now. Oh no, that's not it. We might. We gotta go one more. Time to grease the wheels. I applied a bit of oil to the wheel. Put some oil on the wheel. Okay. Now I gotta go to the other side. Okay. Okay. Now give it a little push. Here we go. But he's looking because his daughter's online. Oh my gosh. Yes. We're in. All right, what are our tasks? What's the ancient artifact? What was the purpose of this strange artifact? A key? But for what? Find the catacombs. Encounters with the entity. The only way to get rid of the grip of the entity was to conclude the communion. This prospect terrified me to no end, but just as well the notion of losing my mind. Progress beyond locking up madmen and being abandoned by Julia. Yeah. Oh.
Lenny.
What
are you doing here?
What's going on, Lenny?
The time has come.
But how?
This is the place where it all happened. And now you must proceed.
I don't understand. Where have you been all this time?
I've always been here. With you.
What are you saying? Lenny. Please.
Oh.
You're my only friend.
I wonder if there's a reason we never found Lenny's
no one here
file.
Friends.
What? Lenny, don't make jokes like that.
Hey, Lenny, I wonder.
You're scaring me.
Why are you doing this?
Why am I? I need to understand. I want peace.
Then go. The answer lies at the end of this tunnel.
Lenny.
I must go now.
Oh, man. That's troubling. Ellis, leaving behind this hasty note in the event you can follow my steps. The situation upstairs is untenable, and I may have reached a point of no return with that revolting scene in the female wing. They couldn't handle it, Ellis. Their minds are too feeble. But they served our purpose, and I have enough details now to understand what lies inside the cave. This is the second incursion of authorities into the premises, and we won't get away with things so easily this time. My own actions have raised suspicions, putting me under close scrutiny. There will be a thorough investigation. They'll ask more questions, and we can't afford to lose control over our discovery. Never! This is the end of the Institute, so I've made my decision. I'm going in. We've wasted too much valuable time assessing the risks when we both know that no civilized human being has ever attempted this. Risks? Bah! Between facing the authorities and concluding an encounter postponed by unfathomable eons, the outcome of which is unknown, I choose to feast my eyes on the enrapturing radiance of Fairlote. It's ours. We've earned it. Remember that. Should the worst-case scenario present itself after this irrational adventure, I leave my last revelatory finding on these papers. The tumor, it's a mechanism. Ellis, the tumor acts as a sort of fail-safe device. Fairlote, in his endless wisdom, honed through vast passages of time that our pathetic minds couldn't grasp, understood the risks of taking control of an inferior organism. What lies beyond the cave? Is the vessel being threatened in some way? How can he know if the organism will survive? So the entity only goes so far in the reconfiguration of foreign tissue. He leaves only a part of himself as a test, or maybe as some kind of probe which our biology develops as a tumor. This is the abnormal growth that we observed in the patients. Ironically, it was him observing us the entire time. And that, Ellis, is our biggest mistake. Yes, the patients relayed critical visual information to us, but the entity sensed the threat. We may be among the elite of our peers, but in the presence of Phalot, we are arrogant and stupid creatures. I still have to decrypt the significance of the visions, but I believe they represent beacons. This is the part I couldn't properly translate. They are somehow part of the fail-safe system. What I do know is that he wants to leave, patiently waiting until an ambitious but strong soul faces him and successfully withstands his powerful gaze. Whoever is chosen will not only participate in a cosmic symbiosis our earthly religions could only dream of, but gain an epochal power transcending our human condition. I should be able to tolerate his sight, if my suspicions are correct, unless not even our wildest theories could have prepared us for him. I may not be in control of myself after I enter that chamber. Take all necessary precautions to ensure that our discovery remains safe. No one can proceed beyond this point but me. WH. I miss you. I'm nope. Out. Phalot is gonna get shit. Yep. But I'm curious if, like, what was he actually Lenny, or was, you know what I'm saying? Was he one of the, like, could he be one of the doctors gone crazy, or has he just always been here? Just a coincidence? Because we never found his file, so we don't have his photograph, so we don't really know. We just have his word and everyone else's word who's potentially working for this area. We don't actually know what's going on with any of them. Well, down I go. Oh dear. Wait, where's little like protrusions on the bottom jiggling? I think his little like feet at the end of the magic wand were like slapping around there. Look at the mushrooms. Delicious. Take a bite. What's the worst that could happen? Don't answer that. Okay. Here we are. Any papers here? There you go, a little temple set up here. That's pretty wild. Yeesh. Oh, that's some stones really look like real meat there. Curious. Okay, I took that out of there. I didn't know what I was doing. I was really just guessing. The password 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I set that password wrong. It was the only being in existence, so I was really worried about security. Oh no. Oh. It's just a big old version of the brain worm. 6 a.m. I've been down here for an hour. I'm in the shed. What am I doing in the shed? What's going on here? Oh, this can't be good. Well. I see. Okay. I guess we're just gonna walk out of here, I think. I assume.
Did you find what you were looking for?
Oh my God. Oh! Oh! Oh, jeez! Wow. Damn. Wow. Yeah. No, Julia definitely ooh. I feel like there's I have a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe it's things I can just kind of infer, but maybe there's some paperwork I missed. I really feel like Ambrose had to have known somewhat what was going on there. Because he was writing, I don't think we're Lenny, but I have a sneaking suspicion that we were one of the doctors. Because we never found our own patient card. Does this have alternate endings? I think this is, I think that's it. I think that's the only ending. Okay. Yeah, so I kind of like load back a save because so we see in like the rearview mirror, we saw his face, and I'm pretty sure that we were not Hawthorne, Ellis Hawthorne, right? That was the one doctor. We were like the founder of this place, or the you know, the head guy. So we went in and like got the tumor and had that and got amnesia, disappeared for a while and came back. That's what I get from it. I could be wrong. I want to like double check the I can get back in. Which means that like, well, I guess Ambrose never met him in person. And I suppose never saw a photograph of him. Either Ambrose knew who he was, or, man, I don't know what. Maybe Ambrose just took over the place because he was also curious about it, but like didn't really know. So maybe Ambrose, Julia, and that person, and Bruno were like not villains. So what's the resume? Doesn't get me anywhere. All right. If I load. From laboratory. I don't reload. I can just reload the video. I am curious. I don't think I'll get any more information, but like looking at the collections, I'm missing one of these, but that's like the just part of the institute. But I am curious what that has to say. 3 of these. I want to go through and find the rest of the stuff. This one is an oddity to me. It's got to be in there somewhere. The report about Lenny. I don't know how I didn't find it. I always think I'm pretty thorough, and then like I miss some stuff. Oh, and then it's gone. And then it's gone. All right, let me before I go, or before I play Bomberman, I'm gonna kick back, grab some screenshots of this video. All right. Body. Look for the key. Yeah, Hanwell. I'm pretty sure that's where Hanwell. Trying to find a shot from when I got into the office. Try and take a look at the portrait. Get a screenshot of that. I was pretty sure I got a good shot of him. Wow, that skipped way ahead. Pop, 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 pop. No, I can't find it. Because I'm trying to like scroll back through the video here. Okay, there we go. All right. So let me get a screenshot here and bring this in. Wow. Okay. All right. So there's the guy. All right. Now let's get to the end. We see the rearview mirror right after we gouge out Julia's eyes, which is really crazy. Like, no, you cannot witness me. Really richly undeserved and horrifying. Yeah, there we go. So I had a suspicion earlier on that that we were not really one of the patients. And I rattled through in my head several theories. But it's like, I don't know, maybe we're like the pregnant lady's kid grown up, because like the passage of time seems off, you know, or maybe we're one of the doctors or something like that. And I think that's what it is. So there's the mole. Let me get my beautiful hand out here. So you can see the eyes a little bit, but most importantly, there's a mole here, right there. So we're Hanwell. We're the guy who was the head of the place. We were him all along, which I had a bit of a suspicion that there was something up with that. Were they really trying to open up the hospital? It doesn't seem like it makes sense. The other patients that got moved in, like, did Lenny get moved back in, or did Lenny never leave? Was he just like all a part of it? He was just another servant of Phalot. Why didn't we never found his patient sheet? So I think Lenny was like the only one whose mind could take it, but then he just kind of wandered. He was the same guy who's like, we belong here. Julia just like, I don't know. I don't know what the rest of them were, if they were part of it, or if they were legitimately trying to reopen the place, or like what the scoop was. Chile was built different. Yeah. I mean, that's my biggest question with the story. Whoa. I think I'm hitting another controller. That was the biggest questions I had with the story was, what's Like, were they actually trying to open the place up? And if so, why were they so terrible at it? And if not, what was their actual plan? Were they part of all of that? They didn't seem like it. They didn't seem like they're part of it. I think they may have legitimately been opening it up. I also feel like if they really wanted to get in there, they would have busted up. But they all just got there yesterday. So I think, I don't know. There's a lot. There's a lot going on with it. I enjoyed it a lot. It was a lot like Scratches. They definitely no, it's definitely something going on. There's definitely something crazy supernatural going on. Whereas I felt like Scratches could leave you maybe this thing was evil, or maybe it just gave you the creeps. This one 100% was some weird Cthulhu stuff. I liked it. I enjoyed the voice acting and a lot of the reading. I enjoyed the moodiness and the setting, the music. And once the end got rolling, it went pretty quick. What's this game go for? Asylum. It's 29% off right now. It's $25, $17.74. Appropriately priced. I feel like $25 was not that was an appropriate price. More than that for the length of it, I'd feel a little bit off, but for its length and what was in it, well worth $25. Really quite enjoyed that game. Well, thanks so much for hanging out and watching with me. But don't go anywhere just yet, because it's time for Bomberman. We got time for one Bomberman, right? We can have a little Bomberman as a treat. I don't know what that question mark is. I think that's a bonus point thing. It's just so, I'll keep saying this every time. It's just so ridiculous. Yeah, that game was really, man, that was really something. I didn't get super hard stuck too often, which was, I appreciated. And usually, I had just forgotten one thing. I just needed a little reminder, oh yeah, that grate's over there. But some of the things were I had kind of figured out, there's some kind of puzzle here, while we still haven't found the door. There it is. All right, and the next one will have a bonus stage. I think it's every 5 levels. Maybe every 10 levels. GG. Yeah, those. Whoa! Don't want that ghost coming for me. All right. Let me see if there's anybody live right now I can direct to. We'll be back tomorrow afternoon, 3 Eastern. I'll get the schedule up earlier in the day, so keep an eye on the channel. If you're interested in doing a watch along with the original Night of the Living Dead, and I'll just be here in my chat room chit-chatting. You can just mute me. If it gets aggravating, you just mute me. But it's the first time I'm doing one of these. I'm kind of gauging interest in it and seeing how it works and what I can do with it. So we'll see. That's a pretty suspenseful game. Yeah, it was good. There's one area that I think that chase at the end with the maniac, when the game has no death mechanic. Right? then it's hard to really be scared. Because at first I thought I better run, but once I stopped to look at the room and realized the guy was never going to break in and I couldn't die, it does kind of kill the panic and fear on it. But they stuck a needle in my eye to pull my brains out. So that makes up for a lot of the rest of it. And some of the imagery in that was really, really creepy as hell, like what ultimately happened to Rebecca. That was horrendous. So yeah, there's a lot of craziness in that game of people in an asylum going even crazier because they are forced to be exposed to a, mythos type eldritch being. But that was good. That was some good like 80s, 90s, like Cthulhu-esque horror movies were like, that's some like Hellraiser 2 business. Like, yeah, I'm going to use these mental patients to unlock ultimate awareness. That was good. That was very good. I'm gonna go through it some more. I would do it tonight, but it is late. But I want to go through it some more because I want to find the rest of the paperwork to see if that opens up anything else. And kind of look. I'm gonna watch over the VOD and see, what's up with that stuff. But there were a lot of comments that characters made that were like, what's going on? Like Lenny was suspicious, but he seems so nice. I don't think that Bruno was part of it. He was just a guy who took a job. I think Julia was the same way. I wonder what happened to Ambrose. I wonder where he went. Like, where did he go? Could I find him again? I don't think I needed to. But what was he up to? I think he thought he was going to shank us. Yeah. Well, he turned that corner, and I guess maybe there was a broomstick, but it looked like he had a knife handle. I'm like, oh, I'm going to die here. Bruno just wanted to get paid and get out. Well, then, he disappeared, but then he was on the radio later. So he was still around. He must have just been like walking directly behind me in the shadows. I'm not sure. I don't know. But I liked it. I think that the questions that are left there, they're not bad. Sometimes things, they leave stuff unanswered and you're just like, what the hell was that? Why this? Why that? I thought these were all questions that gave like good, they give you something to think about, but they don't really detract from like the rest of the story so much. And mostly I'm just playing for like the creepy atmosphere and like the neat puzzles. So I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that quite a bit. And hopefully, I hope they do some more. But with it, the more I was playing it, the more I'm like, I don't know if I made this connection when I played the Barrow Hill series, those Barrow Hill games, but like I really enjoyed those, and those were like the same kind of vibe, the same kind of like control style and everything. No, I'm playing one of those, but at least this is Freedom for the Week. So yeah, been looking forward to this game for a long time. Did not disappoint. Really excited to play it. Thanks so much for hanging out with me. I would left a link to Crooked Gamer, who's still playing Harvestella. Oh, looks like he's still alive right now. Hop over there and say hello to Crooked Gamer. He's very cool. I will be back tomorrow for Night of the Living Dead. So hope to see you there. And I hope you have a great night. And I hope to catch you on the next one. Until then, so long, everybody. Bye-bye.